Call Jed Studios. Injured? Call Jed.com. This is the official voice of the Buffalo Bills. WGR Sports Radio 550. The official voice of the Buffalo Bills. WGR Sports Radio 550 and WGR550.com. This is a Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update.
Good morning. The Buffalo Bills announced some off-season program dates yesterday, including OTAs and mandatory minicamp. The first day of any team activities will be April 21st, and the first day of OTAs will not start up until later in May. Sal Capaccio has more on our website, WGR550.com. Two big contracts handed out in the NFL yesterday. Arizona Cardinals make tight end Trey McBride the highest-paid tight end in football, signing him to a 4-year, $76 million deal with $43 million guaranteed. And the Raiders are giving newly acquired quarterback Geno Smith a 2-year extension that's worth up to $85.5 million. $65.5 million is guaranteed. The Raiders traded their third-round pick at 92nd overall for Smith back in March. The Sabres are back in action tomorrow, hosting the Tampa Bay Lightning for a 7 o'clock faceoff. Pregame will start with Brian Koziol at 6 o'clock. You can hear all of that game right here on WGR. Over in college hoops, the men's college basketball Final Four starts up tomorrow evening with 1 seed Florida taking on 1 seed Auburn at 6:09. And later on, 1 seed Houston takes on 1 seed Duke at 8:49. The winners will square off on Monday. Both of those games will be available for you on our sister station, News Radio 930 WBEN. Coverage of the NCAA Championship Tournament on WGR, WBEN, and the Bet 1520 is brought to you by Window Nation. For all your window needs, visit windownation.com. In local college basketball, the UB women's basketball team will be hosting Troy tomorrow at Alumni Arena for a 5 o'clock tip-off for the women's NIT Finals. If you can't make it out to the game, you can listen to all the action on our sister station, the Bet 1520. If you want some insight on this year's NFL draft prospects, Howard Simon and Locked On Bills host Joe Marino will be posting a number of player profiles and a number of positions on our website, WGR550.com. The first position group being the cornerbacks, with Trey Amos of Ole Smith and Siobhan Ravel of ECU already up. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet, celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership. I'm Josh Schmidt for WGR Sports Radio 550.
It's Jeremy White and Joe DiBiase.
There's a quarter on the ground. Will you bend down and pick it up?
Yeah.
Because I will not.
Oh, my God. Look at this guy. Wills and won'ts. Will eat a Cobb salad in a movie theater.
Yep.
Won't pick up a quarter.
No, I cannot tell you the last time I used a coin in a transaction. Did I flip a coin once in the last 3 years? I think I've used a coin-flipping app more recently than I've used a coin.
I'm going to have a trail of quarters from here to your car for $10. You're going to pass those 40 quarters, not pick a single one of them up, and then I'm going to take them
I would
up.
rather you give me $3 on one of these apps than you give me $10 in quarters.
Wow. This is not a mindset to become a millionaire.
You're listening to Jeremy and Joe on the home of the Bills. WGR Sports Radio 550.
Hey, everybody. Happy Friday. It is kind of nice out. You know, considering it's nice out.
I walked out, and I didn't feel the need this morning to turn around and go get a jacket. Not that I would, because that's soft.
Right.
And that's the theme of the week.
Yes.
You're soft. You're
probably against the tush push.
You're probably against the tush push.
That's right. If you wear a jacket, you're probably against the tush push,
So I thought about it, and I said, no.
You should find a way to stop the cold instead of putting a jacket on.
That's right. Figure out a way.
Yep.
So I said to myself, no, I'm not soft. I'm getting in the car. So...
And then turn the heat on.
Here we are. Yeah, immediately. It wasn't air conditioning because yesterday was like 90% humidity and my windows started to fog up. So I said, I'm putting the heat on. It's like 63 degrees. And then, here we are.
All right.
So we've gradually through the week, you know what? I think it was because the guys tried to cheer us up yesterday.
Yeah.
The vibes.
That was nice. Owen and Josh tried to cheer us up because we were down in the dumps. Have you looked at the forecast for the weekend? Don't.
Okay.
Did we use all the facts that you guys were going to cheer us up with? You have some left over?
Oh, there's a couple left.
Maybe we'll get to those later today if it seems like we're down in the dumps again because of the weather. But it's kind of nice outside, right? You feel like 39 and cloudy.
if that's your jam.
It's going to be sunny and like 50 today, so a good day to be outside. Josh asked us, was that off the air? What's better, 60 and rain? Yeah, 60
Oh, yeah,
and
There
rain.
was a poll in the chat yesterday.
And what was the poll and what the results end at?
Well, we didn't put it as an actual poll. It was just them discussing.
Okay.
But it was 65 and rain or 39 and sunny.
Right. And we both said instantly 39 and sunny is
Yeah.
fine. I can handle that. Because 39 and sunny, the real feel in the sun sometimes feels like it's 80. You know, like you wear a jacket, you walk in sunlight, woof, man,
April
sweating.
39 and sun, very different than like October 39 and sun.
True.
It's got a different vibe. It's just got a different vibe to it.
Yeah, that's true.
More importantly, there was a poll yesterday. It was a Beats poll.
Oh, whether or not people like beats.
And initially, I got home, opened up the app, saw it, and it was almost exactly how I thought it was going to be.
People not liking
It was
beats.
70-30 when I saw it.
All right.
And that had like 500 votes. So I'm wondering. this morning-
Have all precincts reported on whether
yeah,
or
that's
not
a good point.
people
Yeah.
We've
like
got
beats?
3 hours left in the poll. We have 979 votes
On beats?
on beats. It is currently at no 66%.
Well, two out of 3 people don't like beats.
Yeah.
Okay.
A lot of comments saying no, they taste like dirt. No, they're only if they're from Dwight Schrute.
Okay,
yeah.
that's fair.
Fair enough.
We opened that one up. I think if you're tasting dirt in Beats,
Earthiness is good.
but you should Google how to properly cook a
Like
beet.
wash a beet?
But because it shouldn't taste like dirt. You could do things to it to make it taste quite good.
Yeah, that's right. So the poll has gone up in the chat. Would you rather have 65 and raining or 39 and sunny? The good stuff.
I can't remember because you and I roasted Joe over a take like this, and I can't remember if he was the one that said, I would rather play in wind.
He says he appreciates the challenge of wind
Yes.
when golfing. That was the take. When it's gusting 30, he says he likes that.
Yeah, that's what it was. It was one of the more absurd things I've heard a friend say.
Speaking of Joe, who's out today, Nate's in for Joe. Good morning, Jeremy and Joe. That's 2 hosts on the station that took vacations and posted pictures of golf courses that were beautiful. Bulldog and Owen from Puerto Rico, Joe from Charlotte, some golf course that had a gavel on the tee box. Looked really nice. Just everyone's out there.
Me 2 weeks before that.
Right.
Sorry.
I am living that meme.
3 straight weeks you've had to see friends.
Yeah. Lord, I've seen what you have done for others. Can you do that for me? I'm living that meme. Lord, can you do that for me?
Oh, gosh.
So anyway, whatever. It's a Friday morning. Come hang with us. We're having a good time. Who knows what we'll get into today? There's lots to get to, of course. There always is. So it's going to be nice, though, and that's good. And the big thing of today, there is an actual event today, which I don't think they have golden shovels and they're not cutting tape, but the topping off ceremony for the stadium, that final piece of steel to erect the new Highmark Stadium, that's going up today, and that's kind of big. So we'll see what kind of updates we can get on that, but it's slated for this morning that what am I looking for? Benchmark, that mile marker, the progress of getting a massive project done. It's a pretty significant step and marks the end of the upward construction, I suppose, the end of the steel-based whatever. But yeah, the topping off ceremony, that'll be today as we get closer and closer to the start of Highmark Stadium. The story at WGRZ.com. I reached out to the Bills. We'll have somebody on hopefully next week to talk about next phases. But WGRZ.com, maybe this is what will make it feel more real to everybody. I don't know how real it feels. I like to complain that we don't have these fly-throughs. We don't have these. You can't just go look at the artist renderings that are flying through and see every angle, which would be nice. You can go to the stadium experience. Maybe you've been through that. Maybe you've seen what they have to offer. We went through as part of the media. With my season ticket in my spot, I have still not been through. Then again, I have a single season ticket up in the 300 levels in 30-yard line.
Yeah, you're not exactly priority.
Sure, I'll get there. I don't think there's any rush on me. But work has begun on, ready for these words? The playing field.
I was kind of wondering when that would happen because the last Jerome video I saw, the structure's there.
Yeah.
It's all about the details now.
And now the playing field. Work has begun on the playing field and natural grass down by the fall. That's the plan. The grass gets in by the fall. So,
And they're not.
oh, don't forget, yes. Let me go back to my conversations and my text with John Polka, who I shared this, that, yes, that's right. The grass is being grown, I believe, if I'm not mistaken, in New Jersey.
Oh, okay.
And he sent me pictures of it a while back. I'm going to show this to the chat because we do have access. Look, this is the future Bills field. There it is. Like,
yeah.
Green grass and a big chunk of the sod. Like that's our grass.
Listen, as two golfers, I've taken a divot that big before.
Right. Yeah. So the grass by the fall, and
so what they sod it out. Probably quite deep, and then they put it on a truck and they ship it here, and then they lay it out, and that's that.
Can we welcome the grass to town?
Like the fair train.
Sure.
Like I used to live in Hamburg, and every year when the fair would come in, the train tracks by my house, you'd have everyone in the neighborhoods. They'd gather on both sides of the train track, and we would clap as we'd see, the zipper on the.
Shouldn't we do that? Let's line Southwestern Boulevard. Like there it goes.
There it goes.
There's the grass. It's coming in.
I would do it.
Grass by the fall.
A police escort for the grass.
I'm sure. Yeah, it's important. It's important sod. That's it's basically Josh Allen's house. That grass. It's where it's not. They're bringing in Josh Allen's office. Natural grass. That'll be right. That's another thing about this upcoming stadium that we, I don't talk about as much. Dome, no dome, blah blah blah. That's a million times over again and again. But natural grass. There's almost an element of, okay, one more year on turf, just like fingers crossed, everybody make it through. Players don't like turf. Trainers don't like turf. There's reason to want to move to natural grass. Lots of stadiums, of course, do in the region, the Northeast. How many? Pittsburgh, Cleveland, New England, right? Like a lot of them. And here we are, natural grass, going in by fall.
Can't wait.
Yeah, I'm excited for the exterior. I'm excited to see how things work on the promenade. Don't forget the giant buffaloes.
Yep.
That announcement's got to come at some point, too.
Now, I think that's our opportunity to line the streets, is when they're bringing – because you're going to bring fully constructed buffalo, right? I mean, you're not going to –
That's a great question.
You're not going to build the buffalo from the ground up.
Yeah, that's a great question. I don't know. Depends how big they are.
Yeah.
Can it fit on a truck? Hopefully no.
Hopefully not.
Hopefully there are 7 trucks.
So you're saying your hope is that a crane is indeed required for placement?
I mean, that might be the case.
Is that a baseline?
Depending on how heavy they are,
Yeah.
Who knows? They had the RFP or whatever out there for artists, and what would you do, and how would you interpret this? We've got to ask on that too. So plenty to follow up on the stadium when the time comes. And this, of course, the final year of Highmark Stadium. So as the ceremonies go on and the dates, whatever, when the schedule comes out, we'll see if the schedule is made in any sort of way that makes it look like, oh, yeah, the Dolphins at home on Christmas. That's going to be a goodbye game, even though the playoffs will come as a follow-up. So today, the topping off ceremony at the stadium. I haven't seen a straight time for that yet, but I'm sure you'll see video, and we'll bring you the latest updates we can on that as best we can. So, hey, big day for the Bills down there. And the other thing we got, the schedule for OTAs, mini camps, all that kind of stuff, that's all out. So we know the off-season program, when, I guess, the James Cook countdown days, those might be what the OTAs and mini camps represent. Is he going to show up for those? Voluntary stuff? Who knows? Who knows? We got a lot of James Cook conversation yesterday here on this show, Sal, the afternoon show. It was a ton of just what to do with James Cook. I'm checking, I log into Twitter, and I wake up this morning to a couple of takes on Cook. I'll give you one that struck me, and I wonder about this as an idea. So I come in this morning, and the first thing I see is someone writing to me, I wouldn't pay Cook. He wasn't even top 20 in yards for running backs. To which I thought, the Bills' offense, isn't it built to not give anyone gaudy stats? And is that a feature, or is that a goal Do they want to do that because they think they'll save money if they do that? Well, you didn't put up the big numbers, buddy. Well, I could play more.
Yeah.
You could give me the ball more. Any receiver out there could. The everybody eats. It's kind of this thing where, a receiver or a running back or a tight end, Kincaid didn't get big numbers. Well, he's not supposed to. Shakir was their leading receiver and not big numbers. Well, he's not supposed to. And here, the argument about Cook and how, he didn't have big numbers. He still had pretty good numbers.
Yeah.
But, the way that they platoon everybody, it's Josh in the offensive line and everybody else just kind of rotating cast of characters.
Yeah, I'm not sure the design of it's necessarily to deflate value of guys, but
you would hope not.
I think it's
a side effect.
Yeah, I would say it's a side effect more so than the purpose of it.
Yeah,
or the goal of it, I guess.
Right. I don't know how the Cook thing is going to go. I'm eager to find out the next few steps. And Benjamin Solak, I heard him on the station yesterday talking about how maybe the Bills, the look of what they're doing, could line up to be moving on from Cook after this year, which, would be kind of shrewd. The idea of trading for him, though, to me, I don't know that it's off the table. It's supposed to be an all-in win-now year. In that kind of scenario, that kind of year, you don't create holes.
No, not this late anyways.
No, you don't create holes. You fill holes. And this draft, I think that the general lead into it is everybody ready for the Bills to fill holes.
The remaining holes.
We've identified a few. It's defensive tackle, defensive end, cornerback, and maybe a receiver. That's it. You got 10 picks. Do what you're going to do. Fill those holes.
Yeah.
Give me the names. Give me the skill sets. Give me the highlights of the guys that I hope can fill this in. And Nate, you know what it ultimately all sounds like? Doesn't it sound like the year the Chiefs had when they had their really nice draft? Karlaftis, McDuffie. They had one very good draft, got a bunch of starters out of it, and then they won a Super Bowl immediately because of it. After they trade Tyreek Hill, the first half of the story is they moved on from Hill. The second half is they started the shift to a better defense, and they started winning with that. And that's kind of what the Bills are, it appears to me, aiming for. Let's have a Chiefs draft of 2023, 2022.
22, I think, yeah.
2022, okay. Maybe 2021. Again, you're allowed to mix up Chiefs years. But they had that one year. They pull out 5 starters on defense.
Yeah.
And the Bills are probably aiming to do the same thing.
Yeah, I mean, the Chiefs had a couple of really good drafts that have kind of changed their general top of their roster's trajectory. I mean, getting, Trey Smith and, Creed Humphrey in the same draft changed the whole dynamic of their offensive line. And that year they also traded for Tooney. So they literally went from, hey, we have a problem on the offensive line to, okay, we have like one of the best offensive lines in football. And, hey, the cornerback room's not great. We like Snead. He might be going. We'll draft Trent McDuffie. Now Trent McDuffie's probably going to reset the cornerback market next year.
Quite possibly.
Would think. They haven't really, it's for what we talk about with how well a couple of their drafts have gone, like the whole of their drafts. Have they really had an offseason like the Bills have had, where they extended 4 of their own draft picks? Like last year it was Creed Humphrey made big money. They don't have a ton of draft picks that they've paid that second contract to.
Right, that might be coming up this next year for them.
I think it has to.
Yeah.
Rashid Rice is going to be up.
How are we looking at them right now? Because as we get closer to the draft, last year's draft, for me, is defined by you traded with them.
Yeah.
And we had a lot of conversations about whether or not that was good, how they're the team you're chasing. One thing I wonder about them is how much what happened in the Super Bowl changes, again, not legacy, GOAT, blah, 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 but how did the Super Bowl change how we right now look at them? If they had won the Super Bowl, maybe there's their inevitable feeling.
Yeah.
And instead, since they got walloped,
whitewashed,
it feels different. It feels like, as everybody still points to, of course, the Bills have been knocked out of the playoffs 4 times by this team. And if they meet in the playoffs, I mean, I don't know what you're going to pick or how we're going to feel about it. But I do feel like there's an element of stop acting like they are infallible. Stop acting like you'll never beat them. Not the Bills do. I probably do. That's why I didn't want you to trade with them.
Yeah.
For the Worthy trade.
Yeah.
It wasn't about Worthy.
Nope.
Said that 1,000 times. It was about...
Well, it was for me, but...
For me, it was don't help them. They need something. They called you. Call somebody else.
Yeah.
And I lived there for the whole year, and here we are a year later, and that trade looks like it worked well for them, and that's fine. Do we look at them any differently than we have in the last 5 years before this?
I'll tell you, my appetite for projecting, for trying to figure out an offseason and then week to week, I think I feel tired of being wrong. Is there any team or franchise that you consistently are wrong about than the Kansas City? I just don't know anything in my life more consistent than me being wrong about the Chiefs.
Yeah.
So
what were you wrong about this like recently?
Well, like last year, like, they're not going to be, they won't make a run in the playoffs. They're barely winning these games. They went 50 undefeated. Oh my God. The year before, this is the worst the offense has ever been. And
I know.
Doesn't matter. So it just is, to me, I'm exhausted of trying to put them into a box, because it's what we end up just spending all of our time doing is, that's why it was, to me, last year, half of it was, to me, the outcome of that game last year in the regular season wasn't going to mean anything to me, because it was like, prove it in January. But the other half of it was, I'm tired of needing to create something, to create a narrative, to use what we see as evidence of something. You can't, I don't think, predict what they're going to be ever. It's the worst part of them, is
their regular seasons kind of don't count.
It doesn't matter.
Yeah.
And I don't really remember a team in any other sport where it's like they just play with their food and they're still good enough to win games and be great, and then just flip a switch.
Yeah, because it's not what the Bills do.
No.
The Bills are very different, and it is maybe one of these things that you struggle to, dig down into that. Why is it that way? How did it happen that way? I saw yesterday a number from Timo Risk of PFF about
the differential.
Yeah, the point differential.
It's just no one's close.
It's incredible.
No one's close.
In the since 2020, since Josh Allen got good, he actually used that as the era of Josh Allen being good. Point differential included in the playoffs, the Bills are plus 834.
Next one's like plus 590, right?
The next closest team is Baltimore at plus 570.
Yeah.
Like 260 more points better than everybody else. And then from there, kind of slots in as you might expect. Baltimore, Kansas City, Tampa, Green Bay, San Francisco, Philly, Dallas, like the good teams. But here are the Bills so far and away at the top. And I think I've been addicted to, of course, chasing that offensive high with Josh Allen. And last year for the Bills is the year where they showed our offensive highs can be sustainable because of the coach and the quarterback. And we, of course, in this draft and offseason free agency, have to lock things up defensively. If this team had a top 5 defense, you'd think they're unstoppable.
Yeah.
The question will be, and it's one of the tough things, they could draft 2 defensive tackles, 2 corners, 2 defensive ends, and say the best man's going to get every one of those jobs, and we're loaded. And they might have a great season, and by the time we get to January, it'll be, all right, well, are you going to stop that team in the playoffs?
Yeah.
So it's a time is a flat circle thing to be a part of. As, all right, load up again, see if you can do it this time. I'm trying to think, like, this is Mickelson at the Masters or Mickelson at the U.S. Open. This is Rory at the Masters, right? That the Bills are exactly that. You're great. How come you haven't done this thing?
Yeah.
You're Rory at the Masters.
Yeah.
17 times. You've never won.
How?
You've never won that thing?
It, to me, speaks a little to regular season exhaustion a little bit, at least for me. Because, and even Josh Allen alluded to this towards the end of last season. It's like they finished their test a little early last year. And Josh Allen said, we're trying to not show stuff. Like, we're trying to be, like, I can't remember what game it was towards the end of the year where it was the Jets game. It's like, we just don't, like, we're not in a division race. And now it's very clear the one seed's out. It's like, well, what do we want to show? We want to keep stuff for the playoffs. And it's like, the acknowledgement of that, I think, is something the Chiefs have done better than anybody else, which is, I'm going to get you guys to prepare for this 1 or 2 or 3 things all year and convince you this is who we are, and then completely change. And it's like preparing for 2 separate seasons.
Yeah.
And the Bills have been very good in the regular season, and it's almost doing more harm in terms of narratives of who they are in the playoffs, because there's this narrative that they're choke artists in the playoffs. They win games. It's not like they're getting bounced in the wild card round every year.
Yeah, they've never lost in the first round.
It's not the Bengals.
Houston.
It's not the Bengals. It's not, we're going to win the division, Andy Dalton's going to throw 3 interceptions in Houston in the wild card round and it's over. It's not what it's been, but would you say that nobody really would argue that they're different? Because it just feels like it's almost becoming they're the regular season team, and when they get to the playoffs, it doesn't come together for them. I mean, to be 300-plus points ahead of the next best team in the last 4 years, and
it means they don't often have stinker days.
No.
It means that they are, they hammer teams. It's part of the fun. 803-0550 and 1-888-550-2550 to join us. Which you can. On the chat, on the phone lines, tweet us, whatever. We're here until 10 o'clock, of course, as we are, every day. So Jeremy and Joe, Nate's in for Joe. Plenty to get to. Have fun instant trivia today. Stat of the day. The usual stuff. I've got a Let's Get Stupid. So, we'll see where the day takes us.
Can we just make the Let's Get Stupid trading for Travis Hunter until the draft every day?
I would. You know what I thought about? All right. Let's go back in time for a Let's Get Stupid. Because draft stuff. All right. You sparked something in my mind. You have a time machine. You can go back to last year's draft. I'll tell you what the price. Would you trade up for?
Yes.
Brian Thomas Jr. Malik Neighbors. Would you trade up for? You have to give up Coleman and this year's 30th pick. What do you think the Bills would look like? Would they look better?
Yeah, Brian Thomas Jr.
You already like it?
Yeah.
I mean, you have Coleman.
Okay.
All right. Well, we already did that segment. There we go.
Yeah, right.
And we cooked that. Now, anyway, we got plenty to get to. 803-0550, Jeremy and Joe. Nate's in for Joe here on WGR.
550 and WGR550.com. This is a Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update.
The Buffalo Bills announced some off-season program dates, including OTAs and mandatory minicamp yesterday. If you want to check out that stuff, you can find Sal Capaccio's article on our website, WGR550.com. Two big contracts handed out in the NFL yesterday evening. The Cardinals make Trey McBride the highest-paid tight end in football, signing to a 4-year, $76 million extension with $43 million guaranteed. And the Raiders give newly acquired quarterback Geno Smith a 2-year extension worth up to $85.5 million, $66.5 million guaranteed. The Sabres are back in action tomorrow, hosting the Tampa Bay Lightning for a 7 o'clock face-off. Pre-game will start with Brian Koziol at 6 o'clock. You can hear that right here on WGR. In college basketball, the men's college basketball Final Four starts up tomorrow evening with 1-seed Florida taking on 1-seed Auburn at 6:09, and later on 1-seed Houston takes on 1-seed Duke at 8:49. The winners will square off on Monday in the final. Both of those games will be available for you on our sister station, News Radio 930 WBEN. Coverage of the NCAA Championship Tournament on WGR, WBEN, and the Bet 1520 is brought to you by Window Nation. For all your window needs, visit windownation.com. And in local college basketball, the UB women's basketball team will be hosting Troy tomorrow at Alumni Arena for a 5 o'clock tip-off for the women's NIT final. If you can't make it to that game, you can listen on our sister station, the Bet 1520. Those are your Paddock Chevrolet Sports headlines. Paddock Chevrolet, celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership.
Call or text WGR at 803-0550 or post on X at WGR550 and get connected to Jeremy and Joe now. Brought to you by Northtown Kia. Check out the 2025 Kia K4 sedan. Named finalist for the 2025 North American Car of the Year.
I'll just be honest, man. Listen, if Dak Prescott has a postseason like he's always had, going to that next year, right? Dak, find a realtor. Because Joe Milton got talent, he can play. And I'll say this, y'all laugh and all that. I've seen other quarterbacks get paid a lot of money and they move on from it.
LaShawn McCoy on The Facility. That's the name of that show. Dak, find a realtor because Joe Milton can play. He did say if he has another bad postseason.
Did you see, I think I saw somebody respond to this on Twitter. Did you see any of there was maybe a podcast this week talking about the contract extension that Dak's agency, maybe it was his agent, was on a podcast?
Yeah.
Talking about how they absolutely took the Cowboys to the woodshed.
Yes, I did see that.
And they have no mobility whatsoever to ever trade or move Dak Prescott.
And he can't be franchise tagged again ever really in his life. Yes, I did see that. Dak in the playoffs has a career 2-to-1 touchdown to interception ratio. He's been largely fine. Dallas has not really done much around him, especially defensively. I don't know. Joe Milton, though, man, if I were a Patriots fan, it's a good thing they have Drake May, because if they didn't have Drake May, I would have lost my... If you're still in the search for a quarterback, what they did last year, I would lose my mind. And you still maybe should lose your mind about what they did, because Joe DiBiase, who's out today, he tweeted this and had it laid out perfectly. Do you know how many draft capital points they lost by having Joe Milton beat the Bills in week 18?
The Patriots.
Yes. They won a meaningless game with a quarterback, and you could say, hey, you want to find out about this guy. Maybe you play him into a spot where it's you can trade him, and they did trade him. It was Milton and a 7th for a 5th.
Yeah, they didn't get that much value.
They got very little for him.
And the commentary is that he told them that he wanted to go to the Cowboys.
And they did him a favor.
Instead of getting max value.
Yes. The Patriots, think of the value, again, sometimes we are, I think, too caught up in this. The value this, what's the chart say? Because the chart's not a football team. You got to do what you can for your football team. But the points that they gave up on just the draft value chart by beating the Bills, and then what they got back for it by trading him, is incredible.
It's bad.
They would have drafted first overall if they had not beaten the Bills. Instead, they're drafting third, which
is a
1,200 point. Depends on which of the draft charts you like. It's a 1,200 point sacrifice. Basically, I remember doing this now. It's, Nate, the equivalent of the 11th overall pick. Winning that game against the Bills cost the Patriots the 11th overall pick worth of trade capital.
That's crazy.
Nuts.
What'd they get back? 100?
Not even.
No.
I think it's like 12. They got 12 points back. Crazy.
Because I saw a lot of responses from, Steelers people and Giants people like, I would have did that. Like, why weren't they? Apparently, I think I saw that the Steelers were a team that was interested
in Milton, which I think they should have been. There should have been several teams interested in him, and every team that was interested in Joe Milton, again, you don't have to think he's going to be good. It's a flyer. It's a little bit like the Bills going for Tyrod. Like, hey, he looked good as a backup.
Yeah.
Let's see if he can play. They bring him here. He wins a competition. He's your starter for a couple of years.
Yep.
He broke the drought. He was a part of that team. And a couple of teams out there that have quarterback jobs that might be loosely open should definitely be considering Joe Milton. I don't know how Dallas is one of these teams that should have done this.
Well, it's not even that Dallas should have been interested. I mean, they wanted a backup quarterback, but the idea or the thought process was he wanted to be traded to a team where he was going to have an opportunity to start, and he wanted to go to Dallas. That doesn't really make a lot of sense to me. I mean, if the Steelers were a team that were a part of it and had a similar package, or the Giants, if I'm Joe Milton, not only do I have a chance to go in there and start, if the Steelers can't get Aaron Rodgers, he's going to battle against Mason Rudolph, maybe an incoming rookie. I mean, I don't know. Something's not totally lining up to me in the conversations about this, but and both from Milton's side and the Patriots and the Cowboys, it kind of doesn't make sense for all three parties, this trade. So, I frankly probably believe he's not that good, that it was a flash in the pan instead of watching what he did in college, which he was not good in college. It's the reason why he was a sixth-round pick or whatever it was. Like, he wasn't good in college. He's got insane traits. Insane traits.
I thought he looked good against the Bills.
He did look good against the Bills.
Against backups.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
But, yeah, I don't know. It's an interesting trade. The Patriots and the Giants won 2 meaningless games, and the Giants are maybe
a much worse spot. The Giants
way worse
because they cost themselves the number 1 overall pick.
They wouldn't be signing Russell Wilson and maybe they still sign Jameis Winston, but you're not convincing your fan base of, well, one of these guys is going to play.
Right.
They're just going to draft Cam Ward and be done with it.
For the Giants, it's worse because the Giants played their way out of Drake May.
Yes, as well.
Yeah.
2 years in a row.
2 years in a row, yeah. But whatever. It's kind of funny. 803-0550, our phone number, 1-888-550-2550. On the Patriots, one thing about that Milton story. So the story is they got other offers. They got offers for more, but they wanted to do right by the player and sent him to Dallas. I have a theory on why they did that.
Okay.
You let me know if you think this is legit. The Patriots, this is going to be a very bold comparison, but they're a little bit like the Sabres right now. They need to do work to repair their image.
They need vibes.
They need players to think that's a good organization again. Because the post-Tom Brady era, Belichick, Brady, no one wants to play for them. The number of times it's been reported, they went after Calvin Ridley. They went after Chris Godwin. They wanted Brandon Ayuk. He would not extend there. Now, the number one thing that'll change that, of course, is a quarterback. And
always.
If May continues to show that he can play, that'll work. But why would they decide to trade a player where he wants to go instead of what maybe might be the most value? Because what they might think is small little examples that we are not some organization you shouldn't not want to play for, whether it's Mike Vrabel helping to repair that. I just feel like the Patriots are getting through a very short but a real era of nobody wants to play for you. Nobody wants to play for Belichick. Nobody wants to coach there.
Yep.
Why do they always hire guys from the inside? It's a very tight-knit, insular group. Who's their offensive coordinator right now? Oh, it's Josh McDaniels.
It's the same guy that's been there.
The same guys. The same people always going back. Matt Patricia, he's back. No, Think about the reports about how it went for him in Detroit, how players thought about him. Like, they had the Belichick Iron Fist years, and they won, and everyone accepted it. And then when that went away,
The Patriot way.
they fell on hard times really quick. I happen to think they can get out of it pretty quick too, but maybe that's a little bit of a leap. But when I saw that part of the story that Milton got traded to where he wanted to go, like, guys, we could take a 6th, we could take a 5th. On the draft board, it's 32 more points, or we could send a message to the league that we are a little bit more player friendly, that you're going to like it here, that we're not the bad guys. I don't know. That's what struck me right away, is they are still going through an ongoing image
reputation,
a makeover.
Yeah,
a little bit of a makeover. Again, no one has a bigger role in that than Drake May. He'll be the most important in that if he continues to take steps forward. Matt Harmon yesterday on Stephon Diggs had some interesting things to say about him going to New England. And there's a story at ProFootballTalk.com how the contract in New England with Diggs protects them if his knee never really comes to right. He's got to pass his physical before he gets anything. So as he continues rehabbing and all that, Pro Football Talk points out that the Patriots are pretty well protected against Diggs if he's unable to ever really get back to what he needs to be. 803-0550, our phone number, and 1-888-550-2550. Jeremy and Joe, Nate's in for Joe. You can give us a ring, give us a buzz, jump on the feed, on the chat rather on YouTube if you want. Fire a comment in. Kind of a free for all Friday kind of vibe here on WGR. Hey, reminder, the UB women are home tomorrow. Alumni Arena for the Women's NIT Championship game. UB and Troy playing in the championship. A revenge game, a rematch. They met in the season opener this year. Close game. That's going on this weekend. That's good.
And it's inside, so you could actually go do it because it won't be.
Yeah. We are getting a washout weekend, which I'm sure you're thrilled about. Sabres are home for a pair of games. Back-to-back against the Lightning and then Bruins on the weekend. One quick stat. We'll make this the stat of the day on the Sabres because Paul's been out this week. So Joe Yurden, we talked to him earlier in the week, and I asked Lindy. There's a question going on around about the Sabres, which is, are they playing better or are they just getting better results? And I saw this on Twitter, the Sabre Report. The Sabres have won 5 of their last 6 games, including wins against some good teams, right? They beat Washington. They beat Vegas. They beat Edmonton along the way. Maybe not all in this exact 6-game stretch, but stat of the day is that the Sabres, while winning 5 of 6 in terms of expected goal percentage, are 30th in the NHL in those 6 games. In shot share, they're 31st. They're number 1 in shooting percentage, number 3 in save percentage, which, the fancy stat folks would say that's not going to hold up. That you really are getting not better play, you're getting better results.
Yeah.
Better shooting, better score, better saves, but in terms of how you're playing in between those moments, it's not really much better. So hopefully, we'll see. They've started to lift themselves out of the basement. The last mock draft kind of tankathon.com/NHL to see where they're going to be drafting. Right now, it'd be 7th. They were in the top 3 not long ago.
A week ago.
They've kind of played their way into the middle of the first round, and there's probably a silver lining to that if you want to play this game. If you want them to trade their first-round pick, you don't do that when it's number 2, ever.
Yep.
You might do that if it's number 7.
Yep.
Or number 9. So, that's all. I don't really think they're playing much better. I think they're getting great goaltending from a guy that they waived and came back, and they're scoring.
It is amazing, though, to see what happens when you just get a couple saves.
Good saves, yeah. Helps.
They just haven't consistently got it.
So Sabres and Lightning, and then Sabres and Bruins, both home this weekend. And the Bruins, their free fall kind of just continues. They are in last, and they have lost 7 in a row. One thing you can do, if you are prone to do this, you can search Bruins fans talking about tanking because, 0-9-1 in your last 10 games, your season's done, you trade Marchand, and then you just thoosh to the bottom. The Sabres are going to finish ahead of the Bruins, which is, that's good news. Just you might have thought it would have been a little different in how it was
you
the good
feeling
news.
Like you have, because it doesn't feel like they've finally leapfrogged Boston. It just feels like Boston.
Oh, Boston might not just finish with the worst record in the East, which they have, but on goal differential, they're closing in on the worst too. Boston is dreadful. So we'll see if the Sabres beat Tampa and then beat Boston, and we could be sitting here again talking about how they played their way back into respectability, and they have 70 points with 8 games remaining. And can they get to 80 points? Before the 1 year where Granato got them to miss the playoffs by 1, the post-tank high was 81, which is it's not great. And this team has a chance to get past that. I mean, they have to finish hot to do it. The 13-game losing streak is going to be the story of the offseason. So anyway, that's that. Just wanted to get you that. The Sabres in the last 6 games wins, but not dominating play, not really the kind of thing that looks like they're playing a lot better. Statistically, the underlying numbers don't necessarily back it up. 803-0550 and 1-888-550-2550. Closing in on the draft, less than 3 weeks away from the draft. Bills have a topping off ceremony today. The final piece of steel going up at the stadium in terms of the vertical build and the framework and all that. So expect to see some stuff from the new stadium today, and the next phase begins as the field work has begun, and the grass, the field, due to be in by the fall. When we get back, there's a trade Steve Tasker proposed I wanted to get to. I think he kind of represents what Bills fans would really like to get out of this draft. It's more of a concept than individual players, and I think you agree with this too, Nate. Everything I'm seeing you from mock drafts, there's a concept over actual players that the Bills maybe could execute. So we'll get Steve's mock draft, or rather mock trade he mentioned yesterday on the show, and throw it out there. What should the goal be for this draft? It's coming up. Jeremy and Joe. Nate's in for Joe here on WGR.
The official voice of the Buffalo Bills. WGR Sports Radio 550. The official voice of the Buffalo Bills. WGR Sports Radio 550 and WGR550.com. This is a Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update.
Good morning. The Buffalo Bills announced some new offseason program dates, including OTAs and mandatory minicamp yesterday. The first day of any team activities will be April 21st. First day of OTAs will not be starting up until later in May. Sal Capaccio has more information in an article on our website, WGR550.com. Two big contracts handed out yesterday in the NFL. The Raiders are giving newly acquired quarterback Geno Smith a 2-year contract extension that's worth up to $85.5 million, $66.5 million guaranteed. The Raiders traded their third-round pick at 92nd overall for Smith back in March. Another contract, the Arizona Cardinals make Trey McBride the highest-paid tight end in football, signing him to a 4-year, $76 million deal with $43 million guaranteed. Sabres are back in action tomorrow, hosting the Tampa Bay Lightning for a 7 o'clock faceoff. The first of a the first of a back-to-back this weekend. On Sunday, they'll take on the Boston Bruins. Pre-game will start with Brian Koziel at 6 o'clock. You can hear that game right here on WGR. In college basketball, the men's college basketball Final Four starts up tomorrow evening with 1-seeded Florida taking on 1-seed Auburn at 6:09, and later on, 1-seed Houston takes on 1-seed Duke at 8:49. The winners will face off on Monday in the championship. Both of those games will be available for you on our sister station, News Radio 930 WBEN. Coverage of the NCAA Championship Tournament on WGR, WBEN, and the Bet 1520 is brought to you by Window Nation. For all your window needs, visit windownation.com. In local college basketball, the UB women's basketball team will be hosting Troy tomorrow at Alumni Arena for a 5 o'clock tip-off for the women's NIT Finals. If you can't make it out to the game, you can listen to all the action on our sister station, the Bet 1520. And if you want some insight on this year's NFL draft prospects, Howard Simon and Locked On Bills host Joe Marino will be posting a number of player profiles at a number of positions on our website, WGR550.com. The first position group being spotlighted are the cornerbacks. Trey Amos of Old Smith and Siobhan Ravel of ECU are already up. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet, celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership. I'm Josh Schmidt for WGR Sports Radio 550.
If they do move back, which they might, I think they're going to get 2 picks between 30, where they're picking now, they're slotted to pick, and 56. I think they're going to move back and get a 40 and a 47, or a 35 and a 40 with some of their back-end picks. I think they move back and try and get 4 picks inside of the 62 mark.
Steve Tasker and Chris Brown on One Bills Live yesterday. So, good morning. Jeremy and Joe. Nate's in for Joe today. Happy Friday. It's kind of nice today. And by that, I mean it's not raining. At least not currently, I don't think. No, it's fine. I teased going to the break, heard Tasker talking about that idea, and it represents, Nate, concept over players, right? Almost a little bit of a trust the process, if I could borrow that. If I were to tell you that they trade out of the first, back into the second, move up in the second with it, and they already have two twos. But the Bills come out of this draft with 3 second-round picks. They draft 34, 47, and 58. You're going to feel great about that, aren't you?
Yeah.
I mean, they already have 3 picks in the first 2 rounds. This would be a different 3 picks in the first 2 rounds. But just, I think the concept is, and it's something that Benjamin Solak got to with them yesterday, which was the Bills don't need to be spending flyers on 4th and 5th and 6th. These picks for them, it's not their time.
Yeah.
And the draft is not created equally for all these teams. Some teams have 10 available jobs.
That's right.
In fact, we got into it a couple weeks ago that it's something that the Rams are doing, that the Niners are doing. They leave lots of jobs open when they're in a bit of a transition, take a lot of picks, fill a lot of jobs. But those jobs run out eventually. And the Bills are in a spot where how many starting positions are available? They've got good depth in lots of spots on the roster.
They've always, I think, done a good job at having good depth. And I think more so now than ever, they've got, at the positions they need players at, Depth's not the problem.
Right.
Corner, they don't need a fourth-round corner. They've got Dane Jackson. They've got Jamarcus Ingram. They've got depth. What they need is that starter. They need a higher-level guy. And all you got to do is just rewind to the end of the Super Bowl, the first week post-Super Bowl. Everyone's attention back now on the draft. The conversation is, if you're not in the top 12 through 55, not a big difference between those guys. It's going to be preference. It's going to be scheme fit that slot those guys there. So if that is the opinion of not just the draft, media community, but also NFL GMs and college scouting departments, then finding your way to as many picks in the top 65 as you can for a team that needs guys that can be more plug and play rather than flyers, I agree. They've done a good job of giving themselves the assets required to approach teams that need the depth to say, hey, let's move back. And, this could be an interesting draft that I know people, if they trade out of the first round, I think it'll likely be looked at as a negative initially. Mm-hmm. But I think that the reasoning would be sound.
Yeah. It's funny because the round breaks are kind of what define trading out of the round, obviously. You're not trading from 13 out of the first round. To trade 30 to the second round is to drop 3 spots, which is something they did last year. They dropped twice. They traded down twice. And the second time they traded down, it's like, they traded down what? A spot? Like, okay, that's fine. We'll do that. I'm thinking about, you said 65 there. Benjamin Solak, his number was 100. Get as many picks in the top 100 as you can. What you're looking for are, it's funny, like with a 7-round draft, the NBA has what, a 2-round draft? And where you start to expect possible contributors. The NFL draft is the one where you get pretty deep. And a 5th or a 6th round pick making your team and making a difference, it's not crazy. I wouldn't count on it, but it's not nuts. Khalil Shakir has done that, Matt Milano. In fact, there are plenty of Bills fans that might be more comfortable with how the Bills draft in the later rounds than they do in the early rounds. And that might just come down to expectation, what you expect to get from a guy versus what you do get. Their first-round picks the last few years, Elam, of course we know that story. Kincaid has been... It just hasn't really delivered on the level we thought it would. Rousseau, nice player, worth extending, right? They've done fine. But what we're looking for is 3 to 4 picks in the top 100 so that I've got not just scratch-off tickets, but someone that could grow into someone great. What you really want here is great players, not just guys to fill jobs, but other players to make the NFL top 100. And no more about how nobody makes the Pro Bowl, and that's good because, they're under the radar. They need players that around the league get respect because of how good they are, and especially on defense. And right now, their household name on defense is Benford. And past that, probably Rousseau, Milano. They've got nice pieces. But they've got openings, and what they have a need for is a game wrecker of sorts. That's why I like what they did in free agency. Both Bosa and Michael Hoyt have maybes to them. Mm-hmm. I can envision a scenario where it works really well and they can move them around, or they can just get Bosa back to what he was. Give him time. There's no rush here. Mm-hmm. This team's going to win 12 games, whether you play or not. So get your body right. And with Michael Hoyt, same thing. All right, 6 games, you're not going to be in the lineup. That's okay. I feel like we viewed Michael Hoyt as a chess piece. And I don't need to play chess in weeks 1 through 6. I need to play chess in January.
Like we were talking about last segment.
Yeah. So they've already done a good number of things to the defense with those 3-4 signings that I think look like good ideas, reasonable, high potential ceiling guys. And now, if the draft ends up being trade down in the first, I'd be fine with trading up in the first if they identify someone they really like. You're probably not going to go a crazy big cost, but trading a 4th to move up. One thing I wonder, let me pull up the draft chart, because if they were to give up one of their seconds, move to the mid-first, 20, and give up one of their seconds. How's that hit you? You're getting fewer players in the top 100, but if they have a tier break at defensive end number 2 or defensive end number 3, and that guy's there and they have a deal on the table to move up to 20 or 21, would you do it? Bean he's a guy that trades up. Last year, of course,
he's a trade-up merchant.
He is.
Doubt.
And last year, while it is a trade down, it was really more of a double pick swap. They did not acquire more picks.
No.
Last year's trade down was a double pick swap. They moved up in a different round to move down in the first round.
The trade up. Yeah. That feels very I gotta know what it is.
Are there names? Last year
Will Johnson's probably the only guy.
Johnson.
If he dropped
to,
I just don't see it happening to 18, 20. I would be. That would be miraculous. I don't think that happens.
Put it this way: the Bills, first of their second round picks, which is going to be Minnesota's.
Yep.
So they got the Minnesota pick for Diggs.
Yep.
Ultimately, Houston had that pick. So the Bills are drafting 56th overall for trading Diggs. If you package that with their 30th pick, on the draft value chart, you can get to about 17. A little higher than you thought?
Yeah.
I mean, you're giving up a second-round pick to move 13 spots, but is there a defensive player that could fall to that range, that does fall to that range, and you're calling Arizona or Seattle? It's Arizona, Cincinnati, Seattle. Like if we're doing just draft value chart windows, here are your trading windows. Your second-round pick could get you to 16, 17, 18. Your other second-round pick gets you to about 2021.
Okay. I don't think it's high enough for me to get a player that's going to be just different than what I'm going to get at 30. There's not a defensive tackle, I think, that I'm like, because then to me a little bit you're doing that because you're chasing a position, not necessarily a player. What you're doing is saying we have 2 corners, 2 defensive ends, and 3 defensive tackles. The 2 corners are off the board. The 2 defensive tackles are off the board. Or, 2 defensive ends are off the board. 2 of the 3 defensive tackles are off the board. If we don't get one of those groups of players, there's one guy of the 7 we've identified that are who we want. That's a scenario where I think you say, that's the guy we want. We think he's one of the 7 guys, one of the 14 guys we have with first-round grades, and we're now at 18.
And he's the last guy left. It's tough to envision.
It's tough to envision.
Let me put it a different way. You said you're doing that for a position, not for a player. Let's have a little fun. Let's get stupid.
I think they did that already, though, and they got burned.
Well, who's that?
They traded up for a position. Kyrie Elam.
Right. How about I don't want to put the name out there yet. If you could have any one player in the draft, who would it be?
Like
any one.
You ask me right now.
Outside of Abdul Carter would be the answer, probably, right?
Probably.
And then Travis Hunter?
Yeah.
I saw a mock draft today. Maurice Jones-Drew had Travis Hunter dropping to 7th.
Yeah, I think it's crazy.
Yeah. I don't know that I've seen him that low ever.
Is he pretty consistently across the board the number 1 player on people's big boards? Pretty consistently,
It's Abdul Carter.
him.
Usually I see Abdul Carter number 1, and then, Travis Hunter.
He's very close second.
Maurice Jones-Drew has a mock draft at NFL.com today where the Patriots at that 4th pick go offensive lineman, and they trade because they're in 3. They trade down, and they go offensive lineman, and here's Travis Hunter dropping to 7 where the Jets are, which I'm going to root against that.
Yeah, me too.
I hope that doesn't happen. Hunter is so interesting because, again, the dual threat thing, corner and receiver. Yesterday, Matt Harmon from Reception Perception, on the afternoon show, said he's without a doubt receiver number 1. It's not even close. Elite receiver prospect, where the rest of them, there's some nice players in here, but he is by far the number 1 receiver prospect. If he had just played receiver, he might have a chance to go in the top 10. And, of course, he's an incredible cornerback as well. So whoever gets him, it'll be so interesting to hear how they're going to treat that. Does Hunter have a preference as he's telling these teams? I'm sure they're asking him, What would you like to do? I'd like to do all of it. I can play limited receiver snaps and all the corner snaps. He's so interesting for this. And is there a spot where he could fall to where you would trade the first and 2 seconds to get him? Would you ever consider it? Doesn't really matter where he falls to. I mean, would you just do that? He falls far enough where a team says, like, sure, you can have him for a first and 2 seconds. It's a big price. People get so afraid of these prices. Should they be? Should you be afraid of these prices in the same way? The Bills are drafting 30th and 28th every year.
I want to tell you I'm not afraid of the cost, but what I think it does is puts the Bills in a situation where they're not going to be able to address all of the needs they need to get with a high enough caliber player.
But isn't the whole idea of what they really, really need is somebody that's elite?
A blue chipper?
And then, sure, fill in the other spots with fourth-round guys. That's where you might get to how the two concepts work. One, give me 3 or 4 players inside the top 100. The other concept, give me one guy in the top 10 and fill out the rest and let them battle it out at camp. I got one elite guy.
I might make the argument that if the defense were able to really add a true elite player, where would you want that player to be? I could be sold on corner.
I think corner's the answer.
I think it could be. Well, I think it's the answer because there is undoubtedly an elite player at that position.
Sure.
Where defensive tackle, is there that elite player? I mean, Mason Grant, does anyone feel like they've got to trade up for him?
I mean, I would just think about it from the Bills' standpoint. If you could pick your defensive position, the best corner, edge, tackle in this draft. You could pick anyone. I know Abdul Carter is absolutely worthy of that idea. But what the Bills would have in a corner, if you got the best corner in the draft, that guy plays what percentage of snaps? And he jumps into a job that is wide open, very available, a desperate need. Defensive end, I know we are still, of course, thinking the Bills should draft defensive end and get another running mate at defensive tackle, but they have more in those spots right now.
They do.
The defensive end position has 2 to 3 good ideas already.
Yeah.
I've got Rousseau, Bosa, Hoyt, if he is a defensive end, whatever he ends up being, Epinesa. I mean, I've got ideas there. At corner 2,
you've got nothing.
I'm throwing in an elite player there. I think I'm doing okay.
Yeah, I think so too.
Imagine you're rolling out as your corners. Again, like this is dreaming stupid big, so apologies. But Benford, Travis Hunter, and Taron Johnson right now?
Yeah.
I feel like you could rush the passer and you get some pressures.
I appreciate that.
To me, it's just I'm not afraid of if you found your way to getting an elite player and had to backfill the rest instead of those 3 second-round picks or 3 or 4 guys in the top 100. If you have great depth, then you're searching for greatness. 803-0550 if you want to give us a call on this, and 1-888-550-2550. Maybe you trade James Cook for a third rounder, package that in. There you go. Look for greatness. Larry in South Florida. Had so many calls on Cook yesterday on that. Hey, Larry. Good morning.
Yeah. Good morning. Yeah, I don't want to lose Cook for a third. That's for sure. I'd give him up for a second, but not a third. So you said something earlier as I was driving. I said I'm going to call. Hopefully, I'll get in before I get to work about giving up a second. But before I get to that, I hope that we stay where we are and we get the biggest, most athletic, most game-wrecking defensive tackle that's still on the board. I don't want a defensive end. We've addressed it. I still don't like Epinesa. I would love to see a trade for him and maybe get a fourth or a third, but he won't get something that high. I get it. But look at what – and I'm still afraid of Burrow in Cincinnati. I mean, I was one of those callers that called a long time ago before the playoffs. And you actually said, Larry, they're not going to make the playoffs, don't worry about it, but yet the fear is still there. It is still there for me. And you saw what happens to Burrow, and you saw what happened to Mahomes during the Super Bowl when you can get the defensive line to disrupt them without blitzing, things start to unravel. More for Mahomes than for Burrow, because Burrow's got those weapons that are just deadly. But I think we need a game-changing defensive tackle, not defensive end, to disrupt the middle. However, as you guys brought this up, what is the name of that really fast receiver from Texas? What's his last name?
Isaiah Bond or Matthew Golden.
There's two fast receivers from Texas. Yeah, Matthew Golden.
Golden was the one I was thinking about. So let me ask you this, fellas. You talked about would you move up to maybe 20 to get a game-changing cornerback or defensive player? Let me ask you this. Would you give up one of your second-round picks and obviously your first to move up to, say, 18 if
to take Golden
or Golden were there?
It's Larry, Golden to me is super interesting because so Matt Harmon, when we get back, we'll play Matt Harmon of Reception Perception on Matthew Golden. And when I asked Joe Marino on Wednesday, hey, there's a guy on the board, like if he's there, if one of the receivers are there, because there's probably two receivers going in the first round. Maybe they get to 3, maybe 4, but definitely 2. McMillan, I guess Travis Hunter, so there's 3. Travis Hunter, McMillan, and Golden are probably going to go all in the first round. On Golden, who was it? Was it Joe who said, I wish he didn't run as fast because it changes the perception of what he is. Like he's a player. He can play. He's not just the speed merchant, but he ran that 40 time, which was crazy. And, I asked Joe Marino, like, what about people that say he doesn't run that fast on tape? And his answer was, great. I hope they think that. I hope they think he's slow. So I think Joe Marino's on board with the idea if they went that direction.
To me, he would have to just be there at 30. That's the only scenario I'm good. Listen, if he's there at 30, I think your question was, who are the guys you're running to the podium for if they're there at 30?
Yeah.
And Golden's name was brought up at that. And I think I agree with that. And I think partially why I agree with if he's there at 30, you take him, is if he's there, that means there was probably a run on defenders.
That's right. Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? Like, there's probably the run on the defenders you were looking to target, and instead of and I think the scenario is you're trying to trade back, and you're not finding a deal that makes sense to you. I'm going to stay here. I'm going to take the best player available, and it's Matt Golden. So, like, I don't envision a scenario where I can even get myself and convince myself that in this draft, trading up for a wide receiver, last year was the draft to do that. This is not the draft to trade up for a receiver, in my opinion.
And let's talk about what the Bean trade up looks like. He trades up all the time. It's like 4
3, 4, 2.
Very small. That guy's there. And even the trades down. When you trade down, the trades up and the trades down for Bean are small. They are. Is the biggest one the one for Josh Allen, which of course would make sense. You're going up to 7 from 12. Was it where they were?
I think so. Yeah, something like that.
Every other trade is just a little move up.
Yep.
And last year when they trade down from Worthy, they go from 25 to 32, 32 to 33. You're just small moves.
Yep.
Trade up Dawson Knox, small move. Trade up Cordy Glenn. Trade up Kyer Elam. Trade up Dalton Kincaid. These are
Cody Ford.
Yeah. These are small moves. Did I say Cordy Glenn, but I meant Cody Ford?
Yes.
Sure. Yes. Okay. So, as you say, Golden, right. I don't think it's a move to 18. If he made it to 26, I bet they consider it. And that's to me a tell that when they get close to a guy, we never get to see their board, so we kind of have to fill in the gaps here. It's just as simple as 5 picks away, I got to have that guy. I got to make some calls. Hold on. We're not coming out of this without that guy. We're going to trade up as long as the price isn't too crazy. So, the idea of trading up to 18, if they do that this year, the immediate question would be, why didn't you do it last year? 803-0550, our phone number. Last year they didn't have a 3. This year they don't have a 3. I had someone point out Bean loves to have a third-round pick, which is kind of a weird thing, but maybe he does. Are they going to try and move into the third round again because they love their thirds? Who knows? Draft season. It's good times. 803-0550, Geno Smith's extension. Big one for him in Las Vegas. He's been the most accurate quarterback in the NFL the last couple of years, like on charting accuracy. So I think it's a nice move for the Raiders, who might have a respectable season. But when we get back, Matt Harmon on Golden, because Larry brings up Matthew Golden, the idea of like which receiver would be right for the Bills if in fact they're going to go that direction. I would be surprised if they do it in the first round. The second round looks like a sweet spot. Day 2 is what's said to be the receiver day in this draft. Saw Matt Harmon tweeting about that as well. Day 2 is where it gets good, and that could be where the Bills target. They've got 2 picks on day 2, of course, both in the second round. Jeremy and Joe, Nate is in. We'll get you Matt Harmon on Matthew Golden when we return. 803-0550 to join us on WGR.
WGR SportsRadio550.com. This is a Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update.
The Bills announced some off-season program dates, including OTAs and mandatory minicamp yesterday. Sal Capaccio has more information on that on our website, WGR550.com. 2 contracts in the NFL yesterday, one for a rookie tight end, making a big splash last year. Trey McBride now becomes the highest-paid tight end in football, signing a 4-year, $76 million extension with the Cardinals, $43 million guaranteed. The Raiders also give newly acquired quarterback Geno Smith a 2-year extension that's worth up to $85.5 million with $66.5 million guaranteed. Sabres are back in action tomorrow, hosting the Tampa Bay Lightning for a 7 o'clock face-off. Pre-game will start with Brian Koziel at 6 o'clock, and you can hear the game right here on WGR. Men's college basketball. The Final Four starts up tomorrow evening with 1 seed Florida taking on 1 seed Auburn at 6:09. Later on, 1 seed Houston takes on 1 seed Duke at 8:49. The winners will square off on Monday in the championship. Both of those games will be available for you on our sister station, News Radio 930 WBEN. Coverage of the NCAA Championship Tournament on WGR, WBEN, and the Bet 1520 is brought to you by Window Nation. For all your window needs, visit windownation.com. And in local college basketball, the UB women's basketball team will be hosting Troy tomorrow at Alumni Arena for a 5 o'clock tip-off for the women's NIT Finals. If you can't make it out to the game, you can listen to all the action on our sister station, the Bet 1520. Those are your Paddock Chevrolet sports headlines. Paddock Chevrolet, celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership.
Call or text WGR at 803-0550 or post on X at WGR550 and get connected to Jeremy and Joe now. Brought to you by Northtown Kia. Check out the 2025 Kia K4 sedan, named finalist for the 2025 North American Car of the Year.
For me, I rank Egbuka ahead of Matthew Golden, but I think the NFL is a little higher on, number one, just his ability to run. Obviously, we saw the 40, and he really does have, like, vertical route chop. But I just think he's kind of capped out. I think both these guys are number 2 receivers, Egbuka and Golden, but Egbuka is just so quarterback-friendly. He gets open against zone coverage. Both these guys get open against zone coverage, but Egbuka, I think, he gives you a little bit more reliability as a catcher. He gives you more reliability in terms of that separation underneath, whereas Matthew Golden's more that vertical player.
Matt Harmon of ReceptionPerception.com on with Showman the Bulldog yesterday, comparing a couple of potential first-round receivers. He also went on to talk about Luther Burden, who is interesting. I mean, Burden
is very interesting, yep.
I think the most interesting thing he said about Burden was everybody he talks to, Matt Harmon, everybody he talks to, says that Burden would lose tiebreakers with every one of the other receivers on character. The Golden, Egbuka, you might have top flight, high character guys, and Burden, there might be some questions. I don't know. That's the story. It is character questioning season when you get to the draft.
You know, I try to remember with wide receivers that, you know, we've been talking a lot about 3 being, I think we all agree there's probably going to be 3 receivers taken in the first round. But every year there is 1, 2 guys that get drafted in the first round. You're like, okay, Ricky Pearsall last year. Mm-hmm. Did anybody think Ricky Pearsall going into that was a first-round pick?
Yeah, a bit of a surprise.
No.
I mean, Xavier Legette.
Right.
And he first pick of the
32.
Second. Carolina took him, yes.
32.
Yeah, because Carolina traded up 1 spot.
To get him, yes. So, yeah, like, I just think every year there's going to be 1 or 2 guys, and knowing, like, knowing the value, and what we've been talking about all week, the value of wide receivers, it's, I think, going to make teams do some funny things. It might make a team jump at a receiver earlier than they want to. It wouldn't surprise me at all if you got to, we believe it's going to be 3, maybe 4, if it ends up being 5. It would not surprise me at all. That would be a great scenario for the Bills. Even though you'd like the Bills to eventually be one of the teams that take these receivers, in a year they need good defenders to fall. If one of these quarterbacks, if Jackson Dart goes 9, isn't that just everything you could want? An extra quarterback?
Yeah.
An extra quarterback and an extra wide receiver. What that could do for the Bills in terms of moving 2 players back that were going to go higher.
803-0550. Trey McBride gets a huge extension.
Huge. Very good.
Huge extension for Trey McBride, who is awesome.
Very good player.
How much of this upcoming season, Nate, will you give credence to the idea that we're finally going to see Kincaid become what he should? And the second part of that is, what should he look like? Trey McBride just reset the market for tight ends in money. $19 million a year average for McBride. 4 years, $76 million. He did not have a big year for touchdowns, but he caught 1 million balls, and he is indeed awesome. 6'4", 246. He had 111 catches. He had 147 targets. Now, can I ask, all right, the Bills are drafting their whole defense, and part of the reason they're going to do it is because Joe Brady, when he talks with Brandon Beane, getting in the lab this year, is like, listen, Kincaid's not going to be hurt. He's going to get 140 targets. Is that not feasible?
The Kincaid conversation is approaching my feelings about the Chiefs conversation. I don't know if I care anymore.
What he becomes?
It's exhausting me. It's exhausting me because it was exhausting the moment he was drafted. The moment he was drafted, it was like, oh, we're going to be arguing with each other. The gymnastics we're going to be forced to do to compare him, make him a wide receiver, and then it was, well, if he's a wide receiver, then we've got to compare him to the other first-round wide receivers. And last year, it's, well, he had it's Ken Dorsey's fault that he wasn't doing anything. And then, Joe Brady kind of continued the trend. I don't know, man. I don't think tight ends have a very big role in this passing offense. And if I'm being honest, from afar, I think the Bills duped themselves into thinking he was something he wasn't.
Could I change your mind with one? It might be a cherry-picked stat, but is Kincaid's problem, this does get to your point, is it simply usage? How much they use him? Trey McBride.
Probably.
Last season, Trey McBride had 1,146 yards.
Yeah.
Average per reception, 10.3. Last year,
he's a vertical threat.
Okay, ready for this? Boy, you're gonna regret saying that. Last year, Dalton Kincaid, 448 yards. Average yards per reception, 10.2.
What's the
10.3 to 10.2? This is a little bit like when the Bills trade for Diggs. It's actually, if you threw the guy the ball a lot more, he'd be amazing.
Yeah.
And they did that, and he was amazing. Can I just ask, you know what? Let's just throw the ball to Kincaid 3 times as much. Twice as much. Just give him the ball. Make it happen. You drafted him to get him the ball. You want to say last year was an injury? Fine. But can I just get him the ball? Allen missed him on a couple throws this year down the field. That's a part of this.
He did.
But can I just find a way where instead of everybody eats, I'm now on Dalton Kincaid is one of my 2 best ideas in this passing offense, and I'm going to feature him like the Cardinals featured Trey McBride. I'm not saying they're the exact same player, but McBride is a second-round pick who jumps over dudes as often as Josh Allen does, had 147 targets. Just up his usage. Is that not, that wouldn't do it? What happened? Would go badly?
No. I just don't know that they've ever shown the ability to up a tight end's usage. Couldn't you kind of say the same thing about Dawson Knox?
You could have said about Knox before they drafted Kincaid.
Yes.
He was fine.
Yep.
On 10.3 versus 10.2. Here's Kincaid with a decent number. Just, only 44 catches. 803-0550 and 1-888-550-2550. If we're going on PFF grades, they put Kittle the best tight end, McBride's number 2. But on receiving score, McBride is just, he's awesome. And Kincaid, not as much. But from a run blocking standpoint, they're not that different. In terms of how good they are at blocking in the run, they're not that different. So
yeah, it's the usage in how they deploy Kincaid. I don't think this would shock you, but he was second in the league amongst tight ends in yards after catch because all of his targets were
short. That's the Bills' passing offense. Yeah.
Yeah, and using him in screens. I hate it. Like, I hate it. Because isn't when you look at him, what the advantage, the matchup that they... Like, here's the thing that just doesn't... The math isn't mathing for me on this, Jeremy. It's... We think he's a matchup. He's a chess piece.
Yeah, and it's just almost never...
And they use him, like, illogically. Like, if he's a matchup, it's because he's big and you can get him down the field. There's no... Even his vertical targets, Jeremy, where are they? The boundary. Like, I long for the day where this offense is attacking two deep safeties where you're supposed to attack two deep safeties in the hash marks. Like, that's how you vertically, like, this was a rule. I could hear my coaches yelling at. Too high, you go after the hash marks. One high, you go after the boundaries. And everyone's running. In theory, he should be the ultimate too high safety equalizer. He's not.
No, it definitely hasn't. It has not lived up to what it was sold to be.
No. And again, it's why I go to the thing of it's like, it kind of feels like they duped themselves. They thought they were going to be so smart doing this. And a little bit of it is because I think they were scared Dallas was going to take him. So they were like, well, we need this guy. He's again, too, I just think it's so much we miss the wide receivers. How can we've got to save face. We miss the receivers. We miss the run.
Maybe. That won't happen this year. This year's defensive. Like, what's the run you're afraid of? Defensive tackle? That's probably the run you're afraid of.
Yeah.
Ahead of them. 803-0550. Happy Friday. It's nice outside.
Getting me angry about Kincaid.
I think it's nice outside.
On the Lord's Friday of all days. Sunny. It's sunny outside. Ooh. You know what? Now I'm angry.
Get a fish fry.
I don't like fish fry.
You don't like fish fry?
No.
That's too bad.
I know.
That's really... I'm not... You're crazy. I feel bad for you.
Yeah.
Fish fry is great.
Just have not... It just doesn't... Fried fish doesn't do it for me.
No beer-battered fish fry, huh?
We'll go to break on this.
Come on, he's about to deliver. He's
tried.
about to drop a take. Here, hold on. I'm seated. Go ahead.
So I finally tried fried fish.
A fish fry. Nobody actually calls it fried fish.
Well, I'm going to tell you why.
Stop saying fried fish. That makes it sound weird.
I'm going to tell you why I'm calling it fried fish and not a fish fry. Because for the first time I've ever tried fried fish was in Disney World at Epcot at the England fish and chip stand.
All right.
And I was just like, I don't need this.
That's like saying the first time you tried a burger, you went to McDonald's. Like, come on.
Yeah, hold on. You're a foodie.
And I don't like fish fry.
At least you said fish fry instead of fried fish.
Yeah, well, it was. I think people would get upset if I called that a fish fry.
I mean, if you're at Epcot at the English pub, I mean, that's supposed to be,
pretty authentic.
Food that's, sure.
Josh is not sold on that.
I've had it before, and it's okay.
It just tastes like nothing.
You can speak specifically to the Epcot fried fish?
Yes. Yeah. I had that once we went to Disney on a school trip, and I had that once, and it was just meh.
I mean, more than anything, I just can't believe that the two words I've never thought of before putting together in that order have fried fish.
It's literally describing it.
I know. How come it's never been described like that until today by you? Those words had never been put in that order.
Fried fish.
It's weird. Fish fry's great. Did you have tartar sauce with it?
I don't like mayo.
Tartar sauce has mayo, but it's not mayo.
95% mayo.
Yeah, but it doesn't taste anything like mayo.
What does mayo taste like?
Did you squeeze the lemon wedge over the fish? Over the fry?
They didn't provide a lemon wedge.
Oh, my God. All right, well, either way, I feel bad for you.
So this came up last year or maybe 2 years ago. I think I was filling in for you, and I was with Howard. And like local chefs from Western New York were literally calling in and saying, I'm going to bring you, our buddy James Roberts is like, I'm going to go get you fish. I'm going to bring in a fish fry at 9 a.m. And I was like, I don't know about that.
Oh, you should have done that.
And he also mentioned they don't travel. So
That's true. You don't want. It's not like you can order a pizza from Chicago and have it shipped here.
Right.
You're not going to do that with a fish fry.
No.
All right. The chat's going off on this. You've got people.
Yeah, I figured that would.
Fish fries.
Fried fish, baby.
I got to have one tonight. I'm going to a meat raffle this weekend, too.
I'm going to one next weekend.
I got to get a win. I'm like the Bills in the playoffs against the Chiefs at a meat raffle. I got to get a win. I'm due. Somebody give it to me.
I need a win.
All right, 803-0550. We've got a caller on hold that's had the fish at Epcot. All right. You know why not? You want to talk about the Bills' draft position? No. Let me tell you about the fish at Epcot. It's Jeremy and Joe. Nate's in for Joe here on WGR. All right, Nate's got everyone on fire about fish fries. Dave in West Seneca. Hey, Dave.
Hey, guys. Happy Friday. How you guys doing?
Doing all right. How are you?
Doing good. Hey, I have to agree. I just got back from Epcot myself, and I was excited. You know what? Going to get a British fish, and that is nothing like buffalo fish fries. So calling it fried fish is right. What you need to do, go to Weecheck's in Kaisertown, get a buffalo fish fry, because that Epcot stuff, that is not a fish fry.
All right. Are you convinced, Nate? We had this conversation like 6 years ago. When did you have this fish fry? What year?
It was a while ago. It would have been some years
fish.
ago.
Okay.
Yeah, it would have been some years ago. And I posted on Twitter, and it went exactly how you thought it would. I got roasted. Absolutely roasted.
I mean, if you don't like something, that's fine. I'm not judging you. 803-0550, 1-888-550-2550. The chat, meanwhile, the YouTube chat is beside itself.
I don't like eggs.
They're beside themselves.
I will eat cake.
3 of them are beside themselves because I say I don't like eggs. I don't eat eggs. Yet I will eat some foods
that have eggs in them.
Right. I don't eat eggs. Oh, but you eat cake? Sure.
You're like, I hope this clears up.
What's confusing here?
Yeah.
There are food. Oh, you'll put mayonnaise on a sub? Sure. A little bit. But I don't eat eggs. All right. It's Friday, everybody. It's Friday. Can the Bills just go ahead and trade for Travis Hunter right now?
Give us something.
Yeah, let's do that. Or, Chris Olave. 803-0550. It's Friday. You can hang out with us if you want. Give us a ring. Jump in the chat. Do what you're going to do. It's nice out today. It's going to be wet this weekend. Going to rain periods of the weekend. Nate's going to try and get out and golf today. Good for you. I'm excited for you for that. 803-0550 as we count down towards the draft. Jeremy and Joe with Nate in for Joe here on WGR.
WGR Sports Radio 550 and WGR550.com. This is a Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update.
Good morning. The Bills announcing some new offseason program dates, including OTAs and mandatory minicamp yesterday. The first of any team activities will be April 21st, and the first day of OTAs not starting up until later in May. Sal Capaccio has more on our website, WGR550.com. Two big contracts yesterday in the NFL. The Arizona Cardinals make Trey McBride the highest paid tight end in football, signing a 4-year, $76 million deal, $43 million guaranteed. And the Raiders are giving newly acquired quarterback Geno Smith a 2-year extension that's worth up to $85.5 million, $66.5 million guaranteed. The Raiders traded their third-round pick at 92nd overall for Smith back in March. The Sabres are back in action tomorrow, hosting the Tampa Bay Lightning for a 7 o'clock face-off. Pre-game will start with Brian Koziol at 6 o'clock. You can hear that game right here on WGR. Moving over to college basketball, the men's college basketball Final Four starts up tomorrow with 1-seed Florida taking on 1-seed Auburn at 6:09, and later on 1-seed Houston takes on 1-seed Duke at 8:49. The winners will square off in the championship on Monday. Both of those games will be available for you on our sister station, News Radio 930 WBEN. Coverage of the NCAA Championship Tournament on WGR, WBEN, and the Bet 1520 is brought to you by Window Nation. For all your window needs, visit windownation.com. And in local college basketball, UB women's basketball will be hosting Troy tomorrow at Alumni Arena for a 5 o'clock tip-off for the women's NIT Finals. If you can't make it out to that game, you can listen to all the action on our sister station, the Bet 1520. And if you want some insight on this year's NFL draft prospects, Howard Simon and Locked On Bills host Joe Marino will be posting a number of player profiles at a number of positions on our website, WGR550.com. The first position group spotlighted will be the cornerbacks. Trey Amos of Ole Smith and Siobhan Revelle of ECU are already up. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership. I'm Josh Schmidt for WGR Sports Radio 550.
I hope every player feels wanted. I know that's you never assume that, especially when what you're describing from time to time goes on. I'm not involved in the nuts and bolts and the details of all of that. Yeah, it's my job to help them. Hey, look, push through. It's going to take care of itself, and so that's the best you can do. These are humans, right, and living real lives. That I know one side wants to be rewarded for what they've done. The other side is the business of it, right? So hopefully at some point that can all meet in the middle and everybody goes on and everybody's happy. That's what you hope and pray for. So James is a good player. Really, to me, it's been fun watching him grow on and off the field, and that'll take care of itself right now that when he comes back, and I'm just excited to see him and work with him and help him get better.
Bills head coach Sean McDermott asked what he would say to James Cook. You're back. You haven't signed an extension. Everybody else seemed to. For whatever reason, nuts and bolts, you didn't want to get into that. Before we get back to this and back to a couple of calls here on 803-0550, been alerted to something that's happening today that I did not know. Josh, are you changing your hat during every update?
It took you long enough.
Every update, you're just changing. How many hats did you bring today?
6. Actually, 7 maybe. I lost track.
I thought about doing this.
The 9
this morning.
The 9 o'clock hat will be phenomenal. I want you both to know the finale is going to be great.
The 9 o'clock hat. What a sentence.
What if we cycled through? You were wearing a PGA Oak Hill hat earlier.
I wore that at 6:30
because yesterday you were wearing a Bills hat.
I wore that at 6.
A Carhartt Bills hat that Nate was talking trash about for whatever reason.
Here, hold on. I'll grab them all here.
The show still is on the radio. Even though we have a YouTube channel and feed now.
Wow, look at the hat collection.
So far, brought 7 hats today?
Well, so far we've worn the Bills hat.
Yeah, okay, nice hat.
We've got the Oak Hill.
Yeah.
We've got the 11 Day.
Love it.
Okay. And then we've also got the Field of Dreams hat.
Wow.
Yeah, it's got corn underneath it too.
That's a sweet hat.
Yeah,
I like that hat.
I've got 2 more left. I got the goat hat I have on now. I have another one in the bag, and then the special hat for 9 o'clock.
All right. What happened today? How was work today? Oh, great. My buddy brought 7 hats to just cycle through and not tell anyone and wait for us to notice. The chat noticed.
The chat abides. I mean, it's funny you did this, Josh, because I looked at the wall this morning and I thought to myself, we were joking around about hats. Should I grab like 4 or 5 of them and just swap them out? It's like, nah. It's too early, and I don't have the I'm on the right mindset to thoughtfully choose 6 or 7 hats, even though I feel like this outfit that I'm wearing, the gray, I could pretty much wear whatever hat I want. I could wear red.
That was my thing too. I was like, I got to wear a shirt. Like I got like a
you have to wear a
shirt
wait
on
a minute.
right now.
If you've
versatile shirt.
You haven't changed seven shirts, have you?
No. I got to wear a shirt that can complement all the hats.
The way we're seated, I'm not always looking directly at Josh. And if you're telling me like, oh yeah, I changed 7 shirts, and since I was changing shirts and hats, I brought 7 pairs of pants too.
I would have really respected that though. If you had every time you changed a hat, you had to change the corresponding outfit to match.
That would be a little too far.
Listen,
I'm not that crazy.
Listen, this happens once a year for Jeremy and I. When we play 100 holes.
That's right.
And last year, I think we let it get away from us. We let the first 3 rounds, we took pictures. And then we just got in the thralls of walking 33 miles.
Yeah.
But we had something going there.
Sure. Yeah, you got different hats, different shirts, different belts, different shoes.
Yeah.
100 holes this year is June 26th. Stay tuned. We'll be doing fundraising for that. Anyway, good morning. It's Jeremy and Joe. Nate's in for Joe today. Happy Friday. Sun's shining. It's kind of nice outside. We are in between raindrops. We're talking about fish fries. And Josh has 7 hats.
My sister signed a beam today at the stadium.
Really?
Yeah.
So that ceremony of the topping off is underway, happening soon?
It looks like it.
Okay.
She works at the stadium. So I assume they must be bringing in stadium employees and giving them a chance to, put their mark on it. My girlfriend will be there today at the topping off ceremony. So it must be early.
All right.
What a perfect day for it.
It is. It's nice outside, so hey, enjoy it. All right, some draft stuff quickly on James Cook there and McDermott. This is a bit of a challenge for the coach, right?
I would say so.
And it's not a vacuum here where there's 5 guys that went to the offseason need an extension. Oh, everybody got signed, right? 4 did.
Yeah.
And you know what? You might wonder if you're Cook, you might reach out to Benford and everybody else and say, what was your initial ask? How far? Because Bean said we moved on to guys we seem to be closer with.
Yeah.
And for us on the outside, we don't see those negotiations, despite people kind of treating Cook posting on social media is negotiating in public.
Right,
it's not negotiating in public. Bean represented they were closer on all the other players. And there's a key element here we don't know. That could mean that all the other players had their perceived value, and the Bills were like, yeah,
that's pretty close.
That's about right.
Yeah.
And then they looked at Cooks, and they're like, actually, we're over
right
here. And you could do that 2 ways. That could mean that Cook is inflated on his own value. He is not right. And I think a lot of people would look at 15 and say, that's probably not right. But there's 2 sides to the story. It could be that the Bills are thinking, we're thinking more like 7.
Right. Way out of.
We're not close. And it's not just because you're way high. It's because we view you as, you split carries and the position itself. So that's the part of this. As the Bills were closer to all the others do look like reasonable contracts. Benford especially.
Yeah, Benford seems kind of like a steal.
Yep. The Benford steal is where not having Pro Bowls, All Pros,
really helped them.
It really
helped them.
It really does, yeah. We'll get to Rob in Connecticut. Hey, Rob, good morning. Happy Friday, Rob.
Jeremy, happy Friday to you guys, too. Jeremy and Nate, hey, great job this week, Nate. And I was hoping that something big would happen because Joe was on vacation, and there's always something big that happens. And also, I'd like to wish our very own Sal Capaccio a happy birthday today, if he's listening. And one other thing is I was traumatized as a kid when my father brought me to Arthur Treacher's, and I've never eaten fish in my life again.
Okay.
So, Nate, I'm right there with you, buddy. But
solidarity, Rob.
Hey, as far as Kincaid, though, all of us knew that he was not Kincaid last year. I give him the benefit of the doubt this year. I think he's going to shine. Josh always makes other players look good, and I think he's going to be able to utilize Kincaid a lot more this year. he'll be a healthier Kincaid. As far as the draft, I think we should be bold in the draft if and only if they watch the board and this guy Golden from Texas looks promising. I would definitely jump on that and just, jump up on it, grab him, and then we could get the defense going maybe in the second round as well. But keep doing what you guys are doing. I just wanted to touch base with you guys and say hi. It's been a while. I listen to you guys every morning. You guys are awesome. And also, it looks promising for me this year to finally make that bucket list and be up in Buffalo at one of the games this year.
Nice.
All right, guys.
Thanks, Rob. On his point about Golden, is there a pocket of fans that will be mad if they go receiver first round, and then the rest of the draft is the defense?
I think so.
I mean, if they went receiver in the first round, you would think defense in the second, and then they pick in the fourth. They're going to take a depth lineman somewhere, but really not.
I think there would be. I think you would have a portion of the fan base that would be upset by that. Yeah.
Really?
Yeah. I'm not one of them, but yeah.
Okay.
I think so. Rob mentioned a point, the part of the Kincaid point, and it sort of triggered me into thinking like, Josh does do a good job of elevating people. He does. I mean, he got Matt Collins paid. Was Matt Collins going to make the money he made 2 years ago? No. So it is a little head-scratching. He has not been able to do that with Kincaid. He has not elevated Kincaid past he hasn't elevated him past expectation. And it's a little bit of it. I would say maybe the reasoning behind this, Jeremy, is I think there's more than two reasons, but I think two primary reasons is, one, how he's used and deployed in the offense, and two, Josh didn't miss anybody more than Kincaid.
That's right.
And it's a little like Mahomes and Worthy.
Yeah, you can back that up in the stats, too. Like the uncatchable target rate, the lost air yards rate. He would be open and he would be missed.
That's was right. The guy, or the beneficiary of the most off-target passes of anybody in the offense. So, again, I kind of draw the parallel to Worthy and Mahomes because it felt like, and is backed up by, Mahomes missed Worthy
a million times,
so many times down the field.
He would have had like 1,500 yards if he could hit him.
Dude, I know. And now I don't think maybe
not 15, maybe like 12.
Right, but I don't think the Kincaid versus Worthy argument, I don't think it's totally parallel. But I do wonder if those two can figure out, if Josh can figure out how to be more efficient when targeting Kincaid, it could just self-correct itself. But I do want to say, and I guess if I were to put a defense together for Kincaid, it would be that some of it is not his fault. But
one thing about Kincaid that will be interesting, I should look this up, the number of it. After this year, the fifth-year option decision.
So next offseason.
Yes. What kind of year does Kincaid have to have? Is his rookie season good enough? That was 73 catches for 673. And listen, there's a point to be made here. That set a franchise record for rookie tight end receptions, and it was way up there in league history. But I think those records are kind of worthless because the tight end position has been evolving. Look what Brock Bowers just did.
Right.
And we've got someone in the chat saying, like, well, look at Kelsey. What was he after 2 years? Why would I look at that?
Yeah.
I got guys coming in at tight end that contribute right away. And this is a passing offense where, yes, everybody eats, but there's a lot of food on the table.
Yeah.
You should find your way to, whether it's more targets, you want to say the health is an issue, that's fine. We are less than 12 months away from fifth-year option. Or does that happen in May? I think it happens in May. Okay. We're about a year from the do you pick up the fifth-year option, like they did with Rousseau, and then they negotiated off of that, of course. But is he a part of your core? I think he has a lot to prove this year.
I think he does, too.
Stay healthy. They talked about him and his play weight. They want him to get stronger.
I thought he was going to lead them in targets.
Yeah, we had 44 catches.
Going
again, the injury is in
Definitely.
there. There are multiple injuries.
Definitely. I thought he and Laporta were going to be the new guard.
Yeah,
and both of them.
And Laporta came back to earth quite a bit.
Quite a bit.
He wasn't like featured in their offense the same way.
Yep.
But these stat lines from Kincaid, I mean, 24 yards in a game, 24, 15, 53. That's the Detroit game, which was a shootout. 24, 32, 31, 52, 51, 34, 47, 41, 33. The high mark for the year is 53 yards.
Yeah.
Fifth-year option. It's going to be an interesting conversation on him. And I will say, granted, if he catches that ball that Josh throws for him in desperation in the AFC Championship game, maybe we have a different conversation. But I think the general belief on Kincaid is talent, ability.
Undoubtedly.
It's not showing up in production.
It's not come together.
T in Philly is up. Hey, T.
Hey, how you doing, fellas? All right, so I just wanted to talk about the wide receiver train. Jeremy, when you started this, I think it was at the 13 seconds, I bought a first-class ticket. All right, I'm sitting up there with you. I ponied up, and I've been there, and I haven't heard the horn all season this year. This is the year I honestly believe to do it because you got to move up for a guy like Matthew Golden just because of what he brings to the offense. Like, you got to have faith in your quarterback. And I think last year, Josh kind of opened our eyes up a lot last year. I mean, like you said, he made Matt Collins look good. Like, if you get him a guy like Matthew Golden, you move up to secure him with your 10 picks, you know, he makes immediate impact. Like, the wide receiver position itself, when you draft as a rookie, will make an immediate impact and everything. Like, if you draft a defensive end, a pass rusher, a defensive tackle, or even a cornerback, like, they're not going to make it as immediate impact as the wide receiver position will. You know, you draft the best defensive end on the board. What is he going to contribute? 4 to 5 sacks. Whoop-de-doo, Basil. Like, you're not getting that much production. You're not getting that much production out of that. And if you get a defensive tackle, he's a rotational piece until he until he find his game. You know, like last year, people can argue and say, oh, well, we took Keon Coleman. By metrics, you took the worst receiver possible that you can take, and you had to wait for his game to grow. I not like Keon, but I don't think we can wait on another prospect to find his game, whereas though you insert a guy like Matthew Golden into this offense where everybody eats with his speed and the way he runs routes, if you look at him, if anybody at One Bills Drive look at him and say, okay, we find deficiencies in his game and he may not do this pretty good and we only see him as a 40-catch, maybe 400-yard guy, Josh is going to elevate that. If you see him as that, Josh is going to get him to 65 easily. 700, 800, 6 to 7 touchdowns. Rookie season. Slam it, lock it in. He's going to pass that just because of your quarterback. And that's a difference between your averaging 31 points a game or 32 points, whatever it was last year, to possibly averaging 45 points a game. Imagine how comfortable the defense plays when they're up by 20 because your offense is so good. You know, we have Sean McDermott. He's going to find the defense. I'm not even worried about it, honestly. They've been bending but don't break even when we were number one during the 13-second year. Like, with McDermott, he's going to find pieces. He's going to plug in his spots. They're going to be good. They're going to be top 7, whatever, top 8 at worst. Like, this team is going to find a way to be good on defense. This is the year to do it. No one's expecting. Everybody thinks you're going to go defense. Yeah. You got 10 picks, trade up, secure him, and then if you can keep your other 2 second-round picks, then you go your corner and you go your best pass rush or defensive lineman or whatever like that. That's end up going to wind up being a rotational piece. I appreciate it. I'm about to head to work. I thank you for getting me on.
Yeah.
Love you guys. Jeremy, blow the wide receivers.
We got you.
I don't want to feel like I wasted my money.
You got it. We got you.
All right.
Thanks, T. Thanks for the phone call. And
the whoop-de-doo Basil, we could have let him go for another 2 minutes just because of that one.
Maybe I'm getting, I don't know.
You getting soft?
getting complacent. I'm not hitting that horn enough. And like to his point, this is the year they're going to do it. I don't want to be, Charlie Brown, Lucy with the football. I'm like, yeah, this is the year they're going to do it, and they do it. I'm like, okay, next year we'll talk about it again. Listen, they had a great offense, and the point I almost get to, I'm glad T said like 45 points a game. It seems absurd to shoot for that. It does. But if you'll allow it, the quarterback that you have, the era of football that is played, the offensive line that you have a near complete offense. Yes, they will spend they already have spent most of their offseason money and most of what they're going to do on their defense. And Sean McDermott and Bobby Babbitt will cook something up and hopefully have a top 10 defense, top 5 defense. If I were the Bills owner / GM, it would be hard for me, and I'm not a GM, so you don't have to worry about me doing this if you don't want to do this. I would be trying to figure out how to break the sport offensively. That's what I'd be trying to do. I wouldn't be trying to be like, hey, we were second in the league in scoring. I'd be like teeth here, like, how do we get to 50? And I know that sounds like leaning too far in one direction and it's not realistic. But we have seen the Bills get to such a level of play offensively, and they scored a lot of points in Kansas City, but I would be thinking about not points per game. I'd be thinking about, all right, it's the AFC Championship game, and I'm going into that game against whoever it is. Chiefs, Ravens, you name other teams. Bengals, Chargers, Jaguars, anybody. And I'm going into that game, and the thing I want is for them to be afraid of 6 players on my team. Not 1. Not 1.5. Not their scheme is I want that game in January, them to be afraid.
In selling me trading up for Matthew Golden, T inadvertently sold me on they should be patient with Keon Coleman. Because if you're telling me, you look at a guy and say he's 40 and 400, but Josh is going to get more. They drafted one last year. And we may not like the fit. They did. And to me, I think you could convince me that at 30, if he's there and everyone, all the other defenders you really liked, and you can't trade back, I'm going to be fine with a Matthew Golden pick at 30. But if you're actively, I'm moving up because I want this guy, you're just admitting it was you made a mistake last year, is what you're admitting. Because what happens when Matthew Golden gets here?
Well, he plays on the outside, and that's fine.
And so does Josh Palmer.
Yep.
And where does Keon Coleman go?
Power slot. That's where he should go. But
isn't that Dalton Kincaid?
I know. Yes, I know.
So to me, Matthew Golden represents what am I? I'm probably looking to trade Keon Coleman. That's what I thought when we were talking about DK Metcalf. It was Metcalf in, Coleman out. So, listen, I'm not here to tell you that I think Coleman's going to be the guy and just buckle up, hold on. But what I am saying is a move like that waves we're done with this guy because he's now becomes what? Your 4th receiver.
Yeah, that's part of what this all is.
And then I'm more angry about the pick last year. I'm more angry about the trade with the Chiefs. That's what that is.
All right. All I was going to get to is on Coleman, I mentioned this right at the press conference when they finished and talked about they're a little disappointed in the way he finished the season. The biggest $1 million question is how much they think he'll be okay. And if they think he'll be okay, then they probably don't need to draft a receiver. But if they're a little worried, they still need the vertical speed. Are they going to?
I just don't know how you hedge with such a high pick. You can hedge with a Kyle Williams in the 3rd or 4th.
You don't even hedge. You just put it this way. I watched yesterday the clip. You know how this time of year people will post old draft highlights, like the 90s. Matthew Collar, former WGR host, our colleague, he covers the Vikings. The clip of the Vikings drafting Randy Moss.
When they had Chris Carter.
They had Chris Carter and Jake Reed.
Yeah.
They had two awesome receivers, and they went out and they got Randy Moss. And it was a Dennis Green a Dennis Green-ism is what Matthew said. Always draft receivers, even if you don't need them. That was one of the things Denny Green was. Draft receivers even when you don't need them. I don't know that the Bills are that team.
I don't know. I know they haven't shown
they have talked about needing help on the outside. Matt Harmon yesterday said
done very little
with
about
Chopin
it.
Bulldog. Like, sure, Josh Palmer is here. I want to get you the results of Sal's Twitter poll from yesterday because it was about Mac Hollins, who left. And that's still, the Bills had to be surprised by that.
Yeah.
I think they were surprised they lost Hollins. What Sal asked and the results of whether Bills fans are feeling like that is a significant loss. 803-0550, some good phone calls. If you're on hold, stick with us. We'll get right to you. Jeremy and Joe, Nate's in for Joe today. Happy Friday. Enjoy a fish fry, or fried fish, as Nate likes to call it sometimes. And I'm excited to see Josh's next hat. You changing ever? We got all right. Josh's next hat coming up on the YouTube feed if you want to join us there or on the phone lines. Happy to have you here on WGR.
WGR550.com. This is a Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update.
The Bills announced some off-season program dates, including OTAs and mandatory minicamp yesterday. The first of any team activities will be April 21st. Sal Capaccio has more information on our website, WGR550.com. Two big contracts handed out in the NFL yesterday evening. Arizona makes Trey McBride, the highest-paid tight end in football, signing him to a 4-year, $76 million deal with $43 million guaranteed. And the Raiders are giving newly acquired quarterback Geno Smith a 2-year extension that's worth up to $85.5 million, $66.5 million guaranteed. Sabres are back in action tomorrow, hosting Tampa Bay Lightning for a 7 o'clock faceoff. Pregame will start with Brian Koziol at 6 o'clock. You can hear all that game right here on WGR. Over in college basketball, the men's Final Four starts up tomorrow night. 1 seed Florida taking on 1 seed Auburn, and 1 seed Houston taking on 1 seed Duke. Both of those games will be available for you on our sister station, the Bet 1520, News Radio 930 WBEN. Coverage of the NCAA Championship Tournament on WGR, WBEN, and the Bet 1520 is brought to you by Window Nation. For all your window needs, visit windownation.com. And in local college basketball, the UB women's basketball team will be hosting Troy at Alumni Arena tomorrow for a 5 o'clock tip-off for the women's NIT Finals. Those are your Paddock Chevrolet sports headlines. Paddock Chevrolet, celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership.
Call or text WGR at 803-0550 or post on X at WGR550 and get connected to Jeremy and Joe now. Brought to you by Northtown Kia. Check out the 2025 Kia K4 sedan. Named finalist for the 2025 North American Car of the Year.
It's not a class for, like you say, blue chip talent, peak talent. Like I talked about the edge rushers. It's not a class for 10 plus, 12 plus sack guys. Wide receiver class. This is not a class for like 100 catches, over 1,000 yards every season. Like 5 guys go in the first round. But you start looking at some of these names, some of these big guys who can play in the slot, and some of these small guys who can stretch the field. And you're like, man, if you can't find useful players out of this, you ain't looking. You know, you're going to be able to fill your depth chart with some of these guys. Corner, extremely deep class. Everybody always needs more corners. Just go get a guy who can play the slot, play the outside. Right? We talk about these longer players, situational fit, situational role. Like, this class is very talented. It just does not have the fireworks.
Benjamin Solak, one of my favorites. He formerly of The Ringer, now the ESPN. He was on One Bills Live yesterday. That seems to be a common refrain about this draft class. Good morning, Jeremy and Joe. Nate's in for Joe. That it's not really what's missing is the top 10, top 15, really sexy, really amazing fireworks, as he said. But past that, you have a really nice draft class. I've seen some say the receiver class is better than last year. It's just not as good at the top.
Yeah.
And that's deeper. And here he's talking about defensive tackle. I thought he made a good point about the idea of what the Bills could use at defensive tackle. It's about disruption. And if the Bills draft a guy, Nate, who disrupts and gets the quarterback to move to Rousseau, to move to Bosa, right? It's get that guy in to kind of set the table, and then they come in and sweep it up. There was a player, sorry, I forget. If you go back and listen to One Bills Live on Demand, he referred to one of the defensive tackle prospects, maybe Chris Brown remembers which one, I guess you text him, as like he's a hand grenade. You throw him in there, and he's going to blow up the pocket. He's not going to be the guy that gets the sack, but he's going to create the chaos that leads to the other stuff. And, a player like that is somebody the Bills could certainly use. 803-0550 and 1-888-550-2550. Good morning. It's nice outside. Fish fry kind of Friday. Are you wavering and you're thinking maybe you'll try a good fish fry? Because the only fish fry you had was a bad fish fry. You had it once?
Had it once.
I'm trying to think what I've had once in my life and thought never need it again. I'm sure it's happened.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely happened for me for other things as well. I would. Yes. I would say that I would try a buffalo fish fry, but I would need it to really be, first and foremost, very aesthetic.
Right.
I would need my brain to go, yeah, I'm going to try that. And again, I think I told you there was one, and I don't know who makes it, that puts crushed up like
potato chips.
Yeah.
So you want a good looking fish fry.
I want a good looking fish fry. I want something a little unique. I think Owen said haddock is usually the fish.
Yeah.
Do you have a preference on the fish?
Haddock is pretty much what
okay.
What if we had the fish fry and we put a little flag in a hole at the end of it and made a little fairway on it? Would you eat it then?
Is it like getting kids to eat something because it's here comes the airplane?
Yeah, right. Pretty much. Here, Nate, try this golf hole. I teased something from Sal going to the break. I want to bring this up, and then we'll get some more phone calls. So Sal asked this question about Mac Hollins, who, I mean, a year ago, if you had told me I was going to say this sentence, I wouldn't have believed you. Mac Hollins' departure, to me, is one of the most under-discussed things we've got.
Yeah.
He made the team, made a lot of fans, made a difference, got more snaps and catches and targets and touchdowns than anybody thought. And then he left. He was like their summer fling. What? He's gone? It's over? Well, we have the memories. Sal asked, would you have wanted the Bills to pay him what New England did? 2 years? Up to $10 million. And it was pretty close. 54-45 said no. Hollins leaving. You just laid all that out, Nate, about how if they were to draft a receiver, where would he fit?
Mm-hmm.
They did lose 2 and add 1.
Mm-hmm.
Is there not a job available? They lost 2 and added 1. And Cooper's the other one. He hasn't signed anywhere, of course, and I don't estimate that he will here. I hope not. I'd rather somebody young. Mac Hollins, what are they losing there? Their old reliable guy that, I mean, of all the people that earned targets, isn't Mac Hollins highest on the list? You're not supposed to get these targets. Why did Josh throw to him as often as he did?
He caught it when he threw it.
He earned them.
Yeah.
So anyway.
So let me ask you this, though. Isn't part of, or I would say even half of the reason you really liked Mac Hollins was he played a little above what you thought you were going to get, but what you knew for sure you were going to get was someone that was great on special teams and that you didn't feel obligated to play him more. That if he's out there, it's because he's earned it, and hey, but there was no real obligation, whether it's draft pick status or the amount of money they've given him, to say his role here is he is going to be our best special teams player, and he's going to contribute on offense. But I'm not obligated by any outside or any internal, hey, we drafted him first, you got to give him a chance, almost like you probably have with Keon Coleman. Like, there's a little bit of an obligation right now to get Keon Coleman. Like, he's going to play not because of what we've seen or because he's earned it. He's going to get it because you spent what is essentially a first-round pick on him, and he's got to play.
Well, this is where sometimes the politics of where you're taken and your expectations make a difference, right?
Totally.
You're right. When people look at Brandon Beane, they say, like, where's Kincaid? Where's Coleman? You need these two guys to contribute. These guys were high draft picks. But if your offense is great, Beane could just say, like, well, the offense is great. What's the problem? That's Kyer Elam versus Christian Benford. Elam, wow, what a bust. Well, you got the production out of Benford. No, you're right. Coleman we'll be watching Coleman in training camp this year. And the thing I would wonder about him is if he starts to be used in different ways. Because pretty much for me last year, he ran go balls all the time. His existence was try to beat a guy one-on-one. Sometimes he would, sometimes he wouldn't. But the highest percentage of targets that were go balls, that was Coleman. And he also saw tons of single coverage. Basically, defenses bet he wouldn't hurt them. Mm-hmm. And sometimes he did. I wonder if the Bills can start to win that bet a little bit more. And how they can, that's the other thing. Like, how will they decide if he's a really important part of what they're going to do? Hey, we got to make sure we put him in better positions than just go balls all the time against single coverage.
Yeah. Yeah.
Buff in Dallas?
Yeah, what's up, guys? Good morning.
Morning.
Hey, my deal's with Kincaid, that draft pick. I'm on the receiver train. I've been there 4 years now. Since Josh Allen has arrived, we haven't gotten anybody on the outside that's worthy. But I'm like you also. You mentioned the pick we gave to Kansas City, and you see how much of an impact he was with Mahomes, just utilizing his speed. So this guy Golden, if we get him, I think he's going to make an immediate impact on this offense because I know I'm going to be all over the place. Now, Cook was asking for $15 million, and the reason why, because he's sort of like the slot receiver and a running back. You understand? So he's kind of demanding that money. You know what I mean? Because we don't have anybody else. In this game we played against Baltimore in the playoffs, those 3 or 4 possessions we had, we didn't have not one playmaker, so we kept punting the ball back to them, giving them opportunities to beat us. So I think going into this season, we have to get a playmaker on the outside. I think we owe it to Josh. I just want to hear what you guys said out there.
Thanks, Bob. Brandon Beane last week, maybe this week. When would he have spoken most recently?
Last week at the
owners meetings.
Yep.
Thank you. I'm like, not the combine. My brain's melting. He said, I don't know if we need one. And I kind of joked, there's your first dose of smokescreen season. Somebody on the outside, playmaker for Josh. Like, yeah, I think they'll get that. I think they will. Where does it count? It depends who falls, who drifts. And the comment we played from Benjamin Solak coming in, he says, if you got, you're not going to get perfect guys at defensive tackle, at receiver, but if you've got very specific jobs and roles you need, you'll find it.
Mm-hmm.
If you don't find it, you're not looking. That to me is a great evaluation of like this class and what the Bills. They've got a job. They've kind of said what they needed to be, field stretcher, and Palmer they think might be able to be that, but another one. I liked Palmer every time I watched him play in L.A. Like
I did too.
He didn't get used a lot. Like I
always found myself saying, "Why don't they use him more?"
Yeah, we'll see how that turns out. 803-0550. Thanks for the phone call. More calls on the other side as we keep rolling through this Friday, sunny Friday, fish fry Friday. Josh has a 4 hat on. It's a golf hat. It's a good rope hat.
We're approaching the 9 o'clock hour.
That's a rope hat. He says the 9 o'clock hat is
something special, quote unquote.
What are we thinking? Sombrero? I've got a new hat that I'm going to debut next week. Yeah, that's right. This is
what the show's become.
Pretty much. I've got a hat I'm going to debut for the Masters. Ooh. And I fully expect the chat to be about the hat and whether or not I can pull it off.
We've got to do the hat bracket at this point.
Whether or not you could pull it off.
Yeah. That's right.
Is it one of the wicker?
It's a bucket hat. I'm calling it right now. It's a bucket hat.
I know. I think it's a modified wicker fedora. You know what I'm talking about?
Wicker fedora?
You know what I'm talking about? Like those, like the old Nicholas hats. It's like a modified top hat. Like
Are you thinking like a straw hat?
Like a shorter Lincoln hat. But wicker.
All right.
Shorter wicker Lincoln hat.
I have Googled wicker fedora. It is not a wicker fedora. All right. I'm going to break in. That'll be next Thursday. If I remember. I might just forget to wear it, but I'll try not to forget. Make a spectacle of myself just for something to do. Jeremy and Joe. Nate's in for Joe here on WGR. Join us in the fight against cancer. Ride with Bulldog and WGR's Ride for Roswell team. Saturday, June 28th. Once you join our team, you'll receive an email to pick up your team t-shirt, water bottle at Tom's Pro Bikes on Walden in Lancaster. Not a rider, you can still support the cause by donating to our team and helping us reach our goal. Visit WGR550.com for details. Also, so the draft is less than 3 weeks away. On the 17th, pre-draft special from 4 to 6:30. You stream it live on YouTube. The latest insights, mock draft predictions, insider information, guest appearances throughout. Nate, Joe, Sal, yours truly. The show presented by your Upstate Honda dealers. Visit your local Upstate Honda dealer today for excellent deals on the entire Honda lineup, including the all-new Honda Passport. Got a meat raffle this weekend. I said earlier. I got to win.
I've been to one ever. Is there a strategy?
I don't think so.
No, I don't think so
Buy
either.
a lot of tickets.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's it. I'm going to try and win. I got to win some meat.
Yeah, I'm excited for next week. I'm going to one next week. I'm looking forward to it. Like I said, I've been to one. It was a couple years ago, but I wasn't really there participating.
You were just observing the
I was
meat
the
raffle.
MC. I was emceeing it. And,
pulling the tickets, giving the prizes.
Yeah. So this is my first participation in such an event.
Yeah. 803-0550, our phone number, 1-888-550-2550. We're up against it. So, Rich, if you can hang with us, we'll get to your call on the other side as we talk about the Bills here. Draft approaching, and then the schedule, all that good stuff. Are they going to go to Ireland? Play the Steelers in Ireland? That wouldn't do bad. When's the Aaron Rodgers finality going to come? Anywhere soon? He's going to retire?
He's doing what the league is allowing him to do.
Yeah.
All these teams, they're just emboldening and empowering Aaron Rodgers to be more insufferable.
He had the throwing session with DK Metcalf. Doesn't that indicate he's definitely going to? Like, why wait? It is odd.
Because I think he thinks Minnesota's gonna...
They're going to buckle?
Yeah. He wants to play there.
If he goes there, should they just trade J.J. McCarthy, or they should just make him wait another year?
I think they would just make him wait another year.
All right. All right, we got a break. Rich, we'll get your call. 803-0550 we've had a lot of chatter here about Kincaid and Coleman and, the expectations as they go into year 2 of this. The difference between this year and last year is this year expectations for the Bills offense will be very, very good. Last year, they were very, very good, and we had our questions. They have raised their own bar, which is a good thing to do. Jeremy and Joe. Nate is in for Joe. Final hour of the show. Then the Northtown Automotive Extra Point Show, top of the hour. All coming up here on WGR.
Her hotline.
Happy to welcome our man, Ross Tucker. Al Michaels with us, pleased as always to be joined by Eric Wood.
On the West Her hotline is Buffalo Bills General Manager Brandon Beane.
When the players call, when the coaches call, when the insiders call, the West Her hotline. Brought to you by the West Her Automotive Group. Welcome to West Her, New York. Sports Radio 550 WGR Buffalo and WKSE HD2 Niagara Falls, Buffalo, 98.5 FM.
An Odyssey sports station.
Broadcasting live from the Just Call Jed studios. Injured? Call Jed.com. This is the official voice of the Buffalo Bills. WGR Sports Radio 550. The official voice of the Buffalo Bills. WGR Sports Radio 550 and WGR550.com. This is a Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update.
The Bills announced some off-season program dates, including OTAs and mandatory minicamp yesterday. First day of any team activities will be April 21st. The first day of OTAs is not starting up until later in May. Sal Capaccio has more on our website, WGR550.com. Two big contracts handed out in the NFL yesterday evening. Arizona Cardinals tight end Trey McBride made the highest paid tight end in football, signing him to a 4-year, $76 million deal with $43 million guaranteed. And the Raiders are giving newly acquired quarterback Geno Smith a 2-year extension that's worth up to $85.5 million. $66.5 million is guaranteed. The Raiders traded their third-round pick at 92nd overall for Smith back in March. The Sabres are back in action tomorrow, hosting the Tampa Bay Lightning for a 7 o'clock face-off. Pre-game will start with Brian Koziol at 6 o'clock. You can hear that game right here on WGR. Moving on to some college basketball now. The men's college basketball Final Four starts up tomorrow evening as 1 seed Florida takes on 1 seed Auburn at 6:09, and later on 1 seed Houston takes on 1 seed Duke at 8:49. The winners will square off on Monday, but both of those games will be available for you on our sister station, News Radio 930 WBEN. Coverage of the NCAA Championship Tournament on WGR, WBEN, and the Bet 1520 is brought to you by Window Nation. For all your window needs, visit windownation.com. In local college basketball, the UB women's basketball team will be hosting Troy tomorrow at Alumni Arena for a 5 o'clock tip-off for the women's NIT Finals. If you can't make it out to the game, you can listen to all that action on our sister station, the Bet 1520. And hey, if you want some insight on this year's NFL draft prospects, Howard Simon and Locked On Bills host Joe Marino will be posting multiple player profiles over a number of positions at our website, WGR550.com. The first position group being spotlighted is cornerbacks, with Trey Amos of Ole Miss and Siobhan Revelle of ECU already up. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet, celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership. I'm Josh Schmidt for WGR Sports Radio 550.
All right, is that a wicker hat? No. Listen, Josh has been changing his hat every update.
It's a 10-gallon hat.
That's a Stetson hat, right?
I actually don't know what it's considered, but
I have one of those.
I don't know. I'll stand up so the camera might be able to get it. I can't wear my headphones. I have to hold them.
Right,
which is unfortunate. I can't I don't know. I don't know what this is considered actually technically though.
Okay, it's not a Stetson. It's Stetson makes hats like that. I mean, yeah, what's the flavor here? It's a cowboy hat. A Stetson cowboy hat. I have one of those. Yeah, I do. I did the thing where I went to Nashville, and when you're in Nashville,
you go get fitted for a hat.
This is where I got my hat.
You buy a hat.
Yep, that's what I did.
And then
too.
Everybody there knows, oh, look, a tourist is here, and he bought a hat.
All right, yeah.
No, my take on all this is if you're a tourist, you should do tourist things because you are a tourist.
To be fair, too, I'm also wearing the boots that I bought in Nashville.
Oh.
Yeah, because that was going to be my next question. What about boots?
I did not buy boots. Went to Nashville for a bachelor party, had a great time, bought a hat, have worn it 0 times since, of course.
See, I wish I would have known this because last year I needed, in a one-day event, I needed a cowboy hat. And
I'll have one for you.
All right. Well, last time you loaned me something, I still have the suit you loaned me 2 years ago.
That's where that
in
is.
a
huh?
bag. It was dry cleaned, and I have it in my closet.
That's right. My bone-colored suit.
Your bone white suit.
That's a pretty good suit.
It is a gnarly suit.
It's a nice suit.
It's a gnarly suit.
It's just hanging on my bone suit the whole time?
This whole time. Like 2 years.
Yeah. I need it back only to see if it still fits me.
Yeah,
I am that. That's my life is, ooh, I haven't seen this shirt in a while. Can I still put it on? Yes. Okay. All right. It still fits. The suit I got married in, my wedding suit, it still fits. And that was...
That's a good sign.
Yeah.
That's a good sign.
It was almost 8 years ago.
Yeah.
I think 8. Do some math here. What year is it?
Good for you that still fits.
Yeah, right. I'm not getting taller. Wouldn't that be funny if you just kept getting taller? You just kept getting taller. We just accept it. You stop. How old's that guy? Oh, he's old. Look at the size of that guy. You just keep growing like plants.
A lot like plants.
Now you know it's a Friday. Now 9 a.m. on a Friday. Giving you the real hard-hitting questions. Anyway. Jeremy and Joe. Nate's in for Joe. Masters next weekend.
Oh, gosh.
Are you ready?
No, I don't think so. I mean, it's always every year where it feels like it takes so long to get to the Masters. And then you get to the Masters, and then all of a sudden you're like, it's September. So it's like the lead up to the Masters is the longest part of the year, and then the Masters starts the stop clock on like the fastest part of the year. So I'm always really excited for the Masters, and then I'm there and I have it, and I'm in the midst of it, and then I'm sort of kind of sad about it. Because once it's here, it's kind of over.
Can you still do the thing where you order the food and have it like a Masters food package delivered? You know about that, right?
I do. I don't know about getting the Masters food sent to you, but I know the lure of Masters food.
Pimento cheese sandwich?
Yeah.
Yeah, I see one here. The Masters, the official, you can get pimento cheese, pork barbecue, egg salad, pass. Signature plain and barbecue potato chips, chocolate chip cookies, Georgia pecan caramel popcorn, souvenir cups, menus, coasters, official party goods. You can do that. You can just, get the Masters stuff.
How you feeling about pimento cheese sandwiches?
I don't know that I've ever had one.
Jesse had a really good one a couple of years ago. Like a really good one. Homemade bread. But I think
I'd probably like it.
I think you would.
I'd be fine with it.
I think you would.
Pimento's an olive, right?
No, it is a pepper.
Okay, that makes sense.
And it's not particularly spicy. It's actually more, I would say, more sweet than spicy.
Okay, I'm in. I don't like olives, but I would still eat olives in things.
Yes, I'm the same way.
The chat has had real trouble contemplating
eggs thing,
not liking a food, but liking that food. Sometimes
you're gonna make it worse with the olive take. Yeah,
yeah. I don't really like olives. I can get through it if it's in something. Peppers, though, I'm all about. So yeah, pimento, pepper and cheese sandwich. Like, let's go.
Do you believe in the olive theory?
Oh, I'm excited to find out about the olive theory.
You don't know the olive theory?
I don't know the olive theory.
The olive theory is that the person that you're supposed to be with and, in love and whatever, one of you likes olives, the other hates olives. So does your wife like olives?
Yes.
My girlfriend likes olives.
Do you?
I don't.
See?
Here's the funny thing, though. I really like dirty martinis.
Does she like olives? No, she likes pickles. I don't think she likes olives.
Oh. Is there a dividing line on pickles and olives? Like if you
Is there a pickle theory?
Like that there's crossover? Yeah, I mean, I love pickles. Don't like olives. I especially loathe black olives. Even if there's black olives in something, I won't eat it. Green olives, I'm good because I like dirty martinis. Especially if you throw a little blue cheese in that olive, that's something I think I can get down with.
I gotta tell you, Nate, there's been some tough food takes this week out of you.
I mean, it's Nate's.
Black olives are awesome.
I'm not Orlovsky level, but yeah,
that's fair.
I'm particular. I've got some particulars in my game.
Yeah.
Who doesn't? Who doesn't? That's fair.
What's your hottest food take?
Hottest food take.
Again, like food takes, it's about, to me, talking about what you like and don't like. Howard was different. Howard was a different beast because he literally didn't try these foods.
Right.
To have never tried peanut butter or a strawberry you can't comprehend it. If you tell me I don't like food, this or that. I think it's kind of like music. All right, that's fine. Everybody's got their own tastes. You like what you like.
I think that I gave my hottest food take. I just don't like fried fish.
My hottest food take is that calling it fried fish is still offensive. It's a fish fry. I don't know why. It just strikes me the wrong way. Anyway, good morning. 803-0550. That's our phone number if you want to, talk about food or anything. We've had food takes over the years. Joe ate a salad in the theater. That's his hottest food take. Mine, I don't know. I don't like eggs. All right, some trade-up ideas. We got some trade-up ideas. Rich in Tampa's got one. Hey, Rich, what's up?
Hey, how you doing?
Good.
I think that the Bills have problems at cornerback and at wide receiver. One person solves both those, Travis Hunter. I know they would have to give up a lot. One this year, one next year. Give up Kincaid, give up Cook, give up Coleman, whatever. Get up and get Travis Hunter. And I'm really at work, so I got to cut off right now, but I'll listen to what you say.
Yeah.
Thanks. Bye.
I mean, you tell me the price, and I'll tell you if I say yes or no. Give me some prices. I mean, 2 firsts, Kincaid and Cook for Hunter.
I wouldn't do that. It's too much. It's too much asset plus active players. If we agree that trading Cook creates a hole when you're not supposed to be creating holes, no. Also, cost is not relative. It's not just you can't use a chart. Someone's got to be willing to not take him. I think that's the hardest part of it. Someone's got to willingly say, we're at 7. We're at 5. Travis, he's still here. We don't want him, though.
You know who your target is? All right, if you want to play that game, let's play teams at the top of the draft who, if the Bills were bent on getting Travis Hunter, they could deal with. I think you're looking for a team that thinks next year we want a quarterback. So we have multiple firsts, more ammunition to move up. It's also worth pointing out the Bills' first is among the least, even future first. Hey, we'll give you our next year's first. Great. That sounds like it's going to be, 27th at best? But the teams that could draft a quarterback next year, because either they get shut out this year or that's the timeline. I would start with Cleveland if they don't take one.
Yep.
But I think Cleveland might take one or whatever. The better answers are Vegas, the Jets, the Saints.
The Giants.
I mean, the Giants, the thing about that is Joe Shane's picking third. He might take the quarterback himself. The Giants don't fit this bill for me just because that GM probably, if he's picking high and picking a quarterback, he doesn't have a job. Whereas Vegas, the Jets, and the Saints, those are all new coaches, right?
Yep.
Could easily, hey, let's establish the culture in year 1. Next year we have 2 firsts.
That's when we do it.
We're going to go in the...
It's the Bills. It's the Bills model.
Right. A little bit of that.
It's the Bills model.
So can I get to 6, 7, or 9? And again, those prices are huge. It's I love the idea of Travis Hunter. You tell me the Bills take Travis Hunter, I'm thrilled. But teams don't pay these prices. It is. I have been dancing around a point to be made on the draft, which is if everybody says trade down is the better thing to do, why doesn't it happen more?
Trading down?
Yeah. And the answer is probably because the teams coming up are paying prices that are too high. So when will that course correct? When will the market price or will a new value chart ever come out to say, actually, if trading down is so good, why do I have to get so much to do it? Everybody wants to trade down.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Is it a fallacy?
I tend to think that the endless trade down chatter is a lie.
I think a little of it is if you can get. It's also, I think, the ideology of you believing the draft picks in the next year are more valuable than the ones you already have this year. Isn't it? Like the idea of I'm going to get a future first but you don't know where that future first is. It has more value not knowing where it is.
Yeah.
Or being able to predict where it might be.
Maybe.
If the Bills are trading 2 future firsts, are they more valuable than the 30th this year?
Well, just the math of it, it is 29 out of 32 likely that it's a better pick.
Yeah.
But in reality, what's the floor on that pick? 17?
Maybe higher.
Like if somebody got hurt?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Maybe higher than that.
I wanted to trade up last year. If they traded up last year, it's impossible to know what would have happened, right? If they trade up last year, they don't have this 30th pick that we're talking about today, however they're going to use it. I'd be fine with that. It also might not be 30th. It might be 32nd. Like, these are the things you don't ever get to know. Is that cheating to say that? It is. But if they trade up and they get, pick your, it doesn't have to be a receiver. Pick somebody. Somebody that is going to contribute more than Coleman and Bishop, who neither one of those guys were major contributors.
They both
neither was
need to be
Dwayne
this
Carter.
year.
Like, their draft class did not really make huge differences for them this year.
No. They need a big year. They need a big year from that draft class last year. Even if it's just at the top.
If the Bills had drafted, here's one way to look at it for last year. If the Bills had drafted, which they came out with 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. They came out with 10 picks last year in the draft. And again, understanding that you don't draft for 1 year. If I were to say to you, I'm going to jumble it up and give you 10 different players in the same rounds, 2 2s, a 3, a 4, a 5, 3 5s, 2 6s, and a 7. Would the Bills season be any different?
No.
You've got Keon Coleman, Cole Bishop, Dwayne Carter, Ray Davis, Javon Solomon. Those are the players that saw the field.
Yeah.
Eddie Ulofoshio. Like, you had a draft class that did not really contribute. And in the case of one, Coleman, they were disappointed.
Yep.
The other, Bishop, they didn't want to play.
Mm-hmm.
And the third is Carter, who by the end of the season, he could not be yet. Like, it could still be a good draft class, but in terms of what they got, that's one thing I would say about this year's class. Boy, are we hoping that they get more contributions
right away than they did last year.
Yeah.
But it's not only that they need contributions from this year's class, they also need last year's class to be better. A lot better.
Yeah, the previous year for the Bills, they did better. Kincaid was a factor right away. Osiris Torrance, Dorian Williams. Here's a point about quality over quantity. The year before, they had 6 picks. 6 players. They go from 6 to 10. The 6-player class
was much better.
Brought a lot more than the 10-player class, at least so far. And again, it's been 2 years of Torrance and Kincaid and Dorian Williams, but a 6-person class brought more than a 10-person class. So, anyway, 803-0550 if you want to join us. Topping off ceremony at the stadium is underway. They're doing it right now, putting that final piece of steel at the new Highmark Stadium, and hoping to get a look inside there again soon. We've had the privilege of touring it a couple times. It's been fun, impressive. Just the scope of it is impossible for me to understand. Is that if you've ever done any house project, those of you that work in construction and work in that kind of stuff, like it blows my mind. The scale and just how much there is to do. And I just can't wait to see like the finished product, what it's going to look like, what it's going to be like, what it's going to sound like, everything. Dan in Jamestown. Hey, Dan, good morning.
Yeah, I got a hot secret. The chocolate chip cookie is not a top 5 cookie. That's my take.
What are the 5 above it? You throwing me some white chocolate macadamia nut in there?
Yeah. Snickerdoodle.
Snickerdoodle is an elite cookie. Yeah.
Oatmeal raisin. I'm sorry. Those coconut macaroons. Those are my favorite. What else? Lemon cookie. I'm gonna take. I'm gonna take a mint chocolate. They're all better.
So you're just throwing out Girl Scout cookies here, though.
I guess so. Yeah.
Are we?
There are a lot of good Girl Scout cookies.
I think we have to. I think we have to decouple chocolate chip cookies. Those cookies. I think Girl Scout cookies are in a very separate category.
Because the Girl Scout cookies don't make a chocolate chip cookie?
Yeah. I view them in a separate category of cookies. They're packaged cookies. We're talking about, like, cookies. I'm thinking you put them on a pan, you put them in the oven, you take it out, and you eat it.
What do you think happens before the cookies are packaged?
I guess that's a good point. Yeah.
You mean like homemade versus mass-produced?
Yeah. Because if you're talking about, Ships Ahoy, then, yeah, those are trash. I agree. But if you're talking about, the big bin, the big barrel, and you go in and scoop some cookie dough out and you throw it on a greased tray, that comes out hot. There's not a lot of better things in life.
All right. I don't know.
What are the Twins' thoughts on cookies?
They like them.
Are they a fresh cookie?
Anything chocolate.
Yeah.
They like chocolate. They want chocolate all the time.
Yeah, same.
It really is one of those things where, as a parent, it's just like, no, you can't eat that all the time.
Yeah.
And the question is, why?
Yeah.
I don't have a good reason. Really have a good reason.
It's just you're not supposed to.
I have reasons, but how good are they? I don't know. 803-0550 and 1-888-550-2550. I was reading here, Matthew Fairburn has a piece on Devin Levi, which I'm ready for Levi to be a big conversation for the Sabres this offseason. He's got to be up here next year. And Matthew Fairburn has a piece at The Athletic about Levi and his time in Rochester. And there's a clip talking about the meditative value he gets from driving from Buffalo to Rochester. After an Amerks practice early this week, an hour and 15 minutes, and he just gets to kind of just drive. Just meditative hour and 15-minute drive. And that's me with training camp.
Yes.
When we go to Rochester for training camp, it's an hour and 15 minutes, pretty much on the nose. And Levi, the quote is, see what's going on inside your mind, clear your mind, check in, put on a podcast. Yep. Me and Devin Levi, meditative driving the 90 together. Bill in Buffalo has a cookie take. Hey, Bill.
Hey, so if you're going out to Rochester for training camp, go to DeBella's and get the oatmeal raisin cookie. It's got to be a top 3 cookie ever made. That's not a hot take. Yeah.
Thanks, Bill. There are a couple tricks to making cookies. Everyone's got a little salt in there.
Yeah.
One of them
the
is
flaky salt though.
One of them is chocolate pudding mix in a something like that. Anyway, Zach looked up what are they talking about? I don't know. Cookies. It's Friday. And I haven't golfed outside more than once. My mental health is not where it needs to be.
Is that an all-time low?
It's not where it needs to be. You got more of these facts? They're going to make us feel better there, cowboy? You're wearing a cowboy hat. I feel like you should wear that the rest from now on. I want that, and I want to start calling you cowboy.
It's like the Shope opening. Put a little more in my glass, the cowboy.
Who says no? Josh wears that hat every day from here on out, and we call him cowboy.
I just don't know how many more nicknames he can have.
He's got a good beard for it, too.
He does.
He really does look like
Frankly, he's got good hair for it.
Yes. You look like you've been on a ranch.
You look like you were, doing the thing where the barbed wire fence. You're tightening the barbed wire fence. You've got the post thing where you're
the auger.
The auger, is that what it's called?
I don't know.
A post driver. Maybe.
Okay, I was saying, if you know what it is,
taking a guess.
You're
the
cowboy.
educated guess.
Post driver. Maybe we'll start calling you Rip.
No. I can't. I cannot do his person.
You cannot hold a candle to Rip. Listen.
I think if you're going to keep that on, you probably have to wear more flannel as well.
I've got flannel for days. Come on.
That it works.
Sure.
I don't know that I could pull it off. I just don't. I don't have that.
You want to try it? You can wear it next segment.
All right, I'll wear it
next segment. Nate gets the cowboy hat.
All right, I'll wear it next segment.
Me, I bet it doesn't fit my head.
You got a big head?
Yes.
Oh.
Yes. Yeah, if I took all my hats off and spun it around and showed you how many of the
it was hanging on by a thread.
I mean, I'm in a 2 and 3 dots at the most.
Wow.
Yeah. Sometimes I try to pull off a 1 dot on a hat, and that just doesn't work. It's not going to stay there. So anyway, yeah. All right, you're going to wear the cowboy hat next?
Yeah.
All right. Maybe we'll do some Cowboys trivia. I don't know. We'll find something to do. All right, Nate in the cowboy hat when we return.
Call or text WGR at 803-0550 or post on X at WGR550 and get connected to Jeremy and Joe now. Brought to you by Northtown Kia. Check out the 2025 Kia K4 sedan. Named finalist for the 2025 North American Car of the Year. It's Sal Capaccio.
Sal Capaccio. Sal Capaccio. Sal Capaccio. Sal Capaccio. Sal Capaccio. Sal Capaccio. Sal Capaccio.
On WGR.
Sal joining us. It's Friday, and Nate's wearing a cowboy hat. That's where we're at.
Okay.
I think it looks good.
I wish Sal could see it.
He's a Joe Milton fan. Going to the Cowboys.
Oh. Sal, where are you?
Right. Okay, I am standing in what will be a parking lot of New Highmark Stadium, looking over this massive structure next to a big tent where there will be a great big ceremony coming up. There is a huge piece of steel in front of me, which will be the last piece of steel going into New Highmark Stadium. It is called the topping off ceremony. It begins at 10 a.m. We're going to carry it live on WGR, the audio of the topping off ceremony. Commissioner Roger Goodell is here. There are a lot of people here, guys, from the league, from the Bills, from Western New York, from the county, from the state. A lot of people here.
Wow. Goodell making it for the topping off ceremony. All right. So I've seen people are signing the beam, writing their names on the beam, go Bills and all that, and then the thing gets hoisted, huh? This might be a stupid question, but is there a... the topping off is actually we all watch a beam get hoisted into place?
I believe so. I've never attended one of these, but I think that's the case. There's a huge crane with red, white, and blue hooks at the bottom. I guess you'd call them hooks. I'm not in the construction business, so forgive me.
Sure.
And I'm assuming that crane will grab this piece of steel, and it will hoist it up. And it will be kind of like the ball dropping, but opposite, I guess.
Yeah.
Because you're going up instead of down.
And then we were talking about this earlier. The field, like they're already to work on the field. The process of installing the field. There should be grass in there by the fall. So it's funny, Sal. Like as we drive by it, whenever you drive by, you've been able to see a lot of the progress. And like, wow, it's going up really fast. Now the next phase of the progress. It'll be on the Bills to show us that more than anything because, of course, we can't see inside. We can't see how the concourses are coming together, how the field is being put in. So, the big stuff is done, and obviously a lot of big stuff still remaining.
Yeah, I just spoke with a few people. You can hear all that audio. We're going to have it for you at WGR550.com. One of them is Penny Semaya. He is the Vice President of Stadium Relations for the Buffalo Bills. He's been on this project from the beginning, and he talked about the things that are going to be happening after today, what's wind up happening inside the stadium, because people say, well, what do you mean? The final piece of steel, this thing's not even opening for another year and a half, essentially, a little over a year. Well, there's a lot more to be done. I just spoke with Scott Radisek. He used to play linebacker for the Bills back in the late 80s, early 90s, I guess, and if I remember correctly what time it was, but either way, the point is he is now with he does this. He's the global partnership here. He's one of the global directors for Populous, the stadium actual construction company, and he explained in detail like some of the things that are going to be happening. So today is just one day to finish one piece of it, but it's a monumental piece of it as the last piece of steel is going in, and then after today there will be a lot more going on.
Yeah. All right. Very good. Hey, happy birthday, Sal, right?
Yes, happy birthday, Sal.
Thanks, guys. No doubt. I appreciate that. It's I've been joking. I mean, you know me. I mean, of course, I'm going to joke like this, but I've been joking that a few thousand people showed up to celebrate my birthday here at New Highmark.
Hey, I remember when whoever said it was your birthday earlier. I remember your 50th when we were all out at your party watching Devin Levi in his Sabres debut. I connect Levi's debut against the Rangers to your birthday because it was such a fun night.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Yana, my wife, did a great job that night of we were at Riverworks, and we had a really nice big celebration with a lot of people for my 50th because you only turn 50 once. And today I'm 52. It was 2 years ago. And I will say, as I stand here, I mean, forgive me for a second if I say I know that we're supposed to be detached in this business. I'm not detached. This is emotional for me.
Stadium.
I grew up thinking this team was not going to be here for many years. I grew up in the 80s and 90s always being told the Buffalo Bills will no longer be the Buffalo Bills, years from now because they can't survive in this market. They don't have a good enough stadium. Ralph Wilson's going to move the team, going to sell the team. I'm watching this today, and I'm thinking about, Jeremy, your kids, my son. I'm thinking about the people, the younger people who will be able to go to games in this stadium for a generation to come. And it's going to be amazing. Today is a great, great day in Western New York and to be a Bills fan.
Absolutely. Well, Sal, enjoy the ceremony. You'll be carrying things live at 10 o'clock once things get started. All right.
Yeah, so what's going to happen is right around 10 o'clock, I think Maddie Glab is the master of ceremonies on stage, so she will get things kicked off. She'll be introducing people. I'll be down here kind of anchoring coverage from WGR during the Extra Point Show. Zach and Derek will be hosting it. So we're going to have everybody covered. You're going to hear everything going on here today starting at 10.
Very good. Thanks, Sal.
You got it, man.
The topping out ceremony is what it's called. Topping out. Not topping off, but topping out ceremony. I'm seeing posted everywhere. The commissioner's in town.
Yeah. Oh, he's from Jamestown, Go see some fam while he's here or something. It's big for him. I would say it's big for the league this is happening.
Yeah, stadiums that are currently either planned or in construction. We've got the Bills and the Titans.
Yes.
And then
Cleveland is being planned, hasn't started. Groundbreaking has not happened.
Not been even agreed to.
Okay.
There's still lawsuits.
Chicago's the same way?
Correct.
Okay.
The next one that I believe has been agreed to and is happening is Jacksonville. Massive upgrades are going to happen.
Upgrades, but they're not getting a new stadium.
Correct. Like $1 billion in their current stadium. Places talking about it. Houston, Kansas City.
How could Houston be talking about it?
Well, their stadium's old.
Still a great stadium, though.
30 years old.
Is it really?
I think so. I think it's, yeah. What is it, the NRG?
Yeah.
NRG Field. NRG Stadium, built in 2002. So 23 years old. I guess that's not that old, but doesn't surprise me they would talk about it because, by the time you get everything done, and Houston's a big enough city, of course, where you could probably move a stadium an hour away and still be inside of Houston. But the Titan Stadium is happening. Have they broken ground on that yet?
No.
No?
We've gotten virtual tours. I don't believe they broke ground, though.
They did.
They did?
They did. Yes, the groundbreaking ceremony was February of 2024. Do they have a webcam? Can I look at it? Yeah, 1/3 completion. Yeah.
Wow. Okay.
Their stadium is starting. It kind of looks like the Bills did a couple months ago.
Okay, so do we have I'm assuming the 2027 season.
At least, yeah. Yeah, there it is, the Titan Stadium. Cool. Nate in Buffalo, not you, but a different Nate in Buffalo. Hey, Nate.
Hey, guys, how are you? I'm just wondering, talking about the stadium today, what are your thoughts? Do you think this stadium would have been built if Josh Allen wasn't playing here and the current success the team has had at this point?
It's a very good question. It really is. It's do they have a 17-year drought? Do they have a 30-year drought or a 25-year drought or whatever it would be? Are they competitive? Are they the pick a team? I mean, the Bills, of course, have been ever popular. They were popular.
Are they the Jets?
The Jets have the longest drought. I don't want to make them the Jets.
Okay.
I want to take them somewhere between the darkest days and now. Are they the Flutie Bills, the Rob Johnson Bills? Right? When that was happening, there was a massive investment in the current stadium.
I think the better question is if the Sabres were still really good.
What?
If the Sabres were still really good, if they were, let's say it was flipped, and the Sabres were knocking on the door on conference championships or, conference finals every year, would there be a desire to do this with the Bills? Rather than Josh Allen is...
You're saying if the Sabres were thought of better, would it affect how the Bills are perceived in the stadium?
Especially because it's been before... During the drought, this was a hockey town. Would you consider this a hockey town anymore?
No, and I would have considered it a football. Looking back,
yeah,
more of a football town anyway.
Okay.
I mean, it's just the growth of the NFL, maybe more than anything. But if the Bills are the Steelers, the current Steelers, competitive, decent, does the stadium still get built? It's a good question. They couldn't have possibly struck where the iron was any hotter.
I think that the question isn't whether or not it would be built, it's that whether or not they would stay here. Because they needed to get a deal to build a new stadium. They were literally running out of time on the current one. So a new stadium was inevitable because the safety and the regulations, everything, it was inevitable the new stadium would have to be built. It was going to be whether or not it was here or somewhere else.
Right. Meanwhile, the Cincinnati Bengals owner throwing veiled threats about leaving.
Really?
Yes.
If they don't get a new stadium that the taxpayers pay for?
Yeah. I'll get that story for you. Might have been their executive VP. Yeah, here we go. The Bengals threatening to leave Cincinnati. Top Bengals executive, we could go wherever we wanted after this year. Again, is that we're going to do it? No, but senior Cincinnati Bengals executive said unless the team strikes a deal with Hamilton County on its lease at Paycor Stadium or exercises a 2-year extension, it could go wherever we wanted.
We should talk more about that on the other side.
Well, it's Extendo Sports and the Northtown Automotive Extra Point Show, including live coverage of the topping out ceremony at Highmark. Jeremy and Joe, Nate's in for Joe for one more segment, and then we got to say goodbye to Nate. You've been here for 2 weeks.
2 weeks. My sleeping schedule is probably irreparably harmed.
Well, the good news is...
Got to hit the dusty trail.
The good news is, think of how many rounds of golf you did not miss.
That's a good point.
By being here because of the rain. If it was nice outside,
Well, I would just leave here and golf.
True. Yeah. That's right. All right, Extendo Sports coming up.
Join WGR Sports Radio 550. You can listen to every Sabres game, along with all the music and news that Buffalo needs, right here on the free Odyssey app. Download it today. Breaking sports news airs first here, guaranteed. WGR Sports Radio 550, 2020 Sports.
Extendo Sports.
All right, we're wrapping things up here. I'm going to screenshot this. I'm wearing the cowboy hat now.
The headphones are good on there. Yeah.
You like my setup?
Yeah, it was funny watching Josh try to do the update when he had the hat on because he couldn't. He was like this with the headphones because the headphones, wouldn't stay. Luckily, I've got these, so I've got no problem. But
there you go. Oh, let me take the headphones off here. It's a big hat. It does barely fit on my head.
Yeah, you did mention you have a big head.
Big head, and this barely fits. See, if you put a hat on like this, you got to practice a bunch of times. The old.
What is that? Is that a cowboy salute? What's that called?
It's a hat tip.
Hat
I think
tip.
it's just the tip of the
cap. Tip of the cap.
How many times? Yeah, whatever. You've got a Tobacco Road hat on?
I do. Yes, this is Tobacco Road.
Question for you.
Yeah.
How far is that from Charlotte?
2 hour and a half.
Okay. But I mean, Bill's in Carolina this year. If I was to put together a Bills trip, if the Carolina game comes early enough in the year, like give me Carolina in October, and then
it's an ideal time to go down there too.
Pepper, North Carolina golf.
Tot Hill. I wear a Tot Hill hat all the time. Tobacco Road, both courses, amazing.
Yeah.
Amazing.
Not a bad idea. All right. What else we got today to wrap things up? UB women play tomorrow.
Yeah.
The women's NIT. So that's tomorrow at 5 at Alumni Arena. Josh, Everton, Arsenal.
We've been waiting for this one.
Yeah, doesn't really matter.
Well.
We've been waiting for this. Well, it doesn't matter.
That's what happens when you get mid-table. It's okay. They're not going to get
Liverpool's lead
relegated.
in the Premier League is 12.
That's not. It's over.
Stinks. Everton is 15th. Okay. And you're very clear of the danger zone. Everybody is. 9-point gap at the bottom of the table. All right. Premier League season's boring. We still got Champions League. That starts this coming week. Arsenal and Real Madrid on Tuesday, I think. Anyway, all right. The Valero continues.
Yep.
Shout out Justin Rose, who had a shank.
A true one of us moment.
Oh, bad one.
To know that exists in all of these guys and how rarely it manifests itself, I think is one of the more impressive parts of it.
Yeah.
Like, that shank could happen at any time to any player at any level. And the fact it rarely happens at the level is remarkable.
Yep.
How many times a year is that happening to you?
Me?
Yeah.
Well.
How many times around is that happening?
To shank like that?
Yeah.
You want last year or before last year?
Yeah, when you had the shanks. Because you went through a little I have the shanks moment.
Oh, it was more than a moment. It was a couple of months. How many times did it happen the first time it happened? 40.
And then you can't not shank.
No, I couldn't.
Yeah, couldn't break it.
Yeah, I've been 40 times. And then, 20 times. And then twice. And then I have finally graduated to the point where I do not, the moment I hit a drive into the fairway, start thinking, oh, God, I'm going to have to hit that with a short iron. I would think it the whole time. And that doesn't happen anymore. That said, I'm not on the golf course all that often. I'm in a simulator. So, but no, the shanks are still present, but much more rare. And when it happens, I can not do it on the next swing.
Out of it. Yeah.
Whereas when it happened last year,
you were stuck in
2024, the year of the shank. Oh yeah, it'd be like 12 in a row. It was hard.
Make it quick golf.
Yeah, I thought I might have to.
Yeah.
I really thought I might have to. All right. Northtown Automotive Extra Point Show is coming up. I don't know if one of these guys is going to wear the cowboy hat. Maybe. We give it back to Josh. He's got 7 hats. You should put the cowboy hat on and then stack the other 6 hats on top of it.
That's next Fun Hat Friday.
Like an ice cream cone.
Fun Hat Friday. It's a new tradition.
All right. Nate, thank you.
Yes, sir.
Enjoy the topping out ceremony, everybody. Have a good weekend. Stay dry. Hopefully, we get stay dry. That's all. Cheers.